1, 1, 1, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
There's nothing I can do. I'm fading in the dark. The shadow of your love is tearing me apart. I gave you everything, but still lost inside the night where no one stays. I've been walking down this road so long, thinking about the times when we were strong. No matter where I go, yours all this time. And every mile I take, I hear your voice calling me back. There's no other choice. I'm coming back to you where I belong. And the lows all along. No matter how far, no matter what I do, my heart's always pulling me back to you. I try to move on, but it ain't the same. Every song I hear still calls your name. No one else could ever take your place. You're my forever, my saving grace. The road is winding, but I see the light. the day I met you into my life. Now every moment feels so right. With every touch, with every smile, I know I found my reason why. You're my heart, my endless dream, the sweetest love I've ever seen. Through every storm, through skies so blue, I'll spend forever loving you. Through every tear and every laugh, you give me strength, you bring me back. No words could say, no song could show just how much I love you so. And if the stars should fade away, I'll hold you close, I'll always stay. So take my hand, don't let go. With you, my love will always, love will always grow. With every touch, with every smile, I know I found my reason why. You're my heart, my the sweetest love I've ever seen. Through every storm, through skies so blue, I'll spend forever loving you. There's a gentle whisper in the evening breeze, softly calling, dancing through the trees. Hearts are beating to a melody so true. Under the stars, I'm here with you. Can you feel the magic tonight? Like a dream so warm and bright. In your eyes, the world feels right. Love is shining Well, time moves on, but pain remains like a whisper calling out your name. I chase the past, but it's so far, just a shadow of who we are. Or would you hold my hand if I saw you again? Would you know my heart or just walk away? Though the road is long, I must carry on through the echoes in the wind. Every sunset paints your face. Every raindrop feels like your embrace. I tell myself you're safe above, but down here I'm lost in love. And if I could turn back time, would you stay a little while? But the stars shine bright, and I know you're in the light. Would you hold my hand away? Though the road is long, I must carry on through the echoes in the wind. Underneath the neon lights, I see your face. Memories are haunting me, I can't erase. Every step I take, I hear your voice. But now I know I've lost my choice. I'm never gonna hold you near. These empty hands can't dry your tears. standing here in the pouring rain. Memories whisper, calling your name, but I know you're gone, out of sight. I'm never gonna love again. A heart once broken can't pretend. The echoes of your voice still haunt my mind. But love like ours is hard to find. Every step I hear your song, a distant melody now feels so wrong. I close my eyes but you're not there. Just empty nights and vacant air. If only I could turn back time, undo the pain, make you still mine. But words once spoken, hearts once torn, can never be reborn. I'm never gonna love again. A heart once broken can't pretend. The echoes of your voice still haunt my mind. But love like ours is hard to find. If only I could turn back time, undo the pain, make you still mine. But words once spoken, hearts once torn, can never be reborn. When I look into your eyes, I see the stars shine in the night. A love so deep, a love so true. I found my world inside of you. Every touch, every smile makes this moment feel so right. And I'll love you for all time. Away, and I don't know what to say. Or is it too late to apologize, to take it back and make it right? I never meant to break your heart. Now I'm lost here in the dark. Every memory haunts my mind. Your laughter echoes through the night. I took for granted what we had. Now I just want to make it last. Just one more chance, just one more day. I'd change it all, I'd beg you to stay. But now I watch you walk away with words I never got to say. Is it too late to apologize, to take it back and make it right? I never meant to break your heart. Now I'm lost here in the dark.
Break of day. Every promise carved in stone. Now every promise carved in stone. Now just echoes when I'm alone. I held your hand, I held your. Now I'm alone. I held your hand, I held your heart, but forever still fell apart. Don't let me. But forever still fell apart. Don't let me go.
As I already said earlier, a lot of these principles are currently being ignored. They are not being followed because people just want to be, I want to be the best, I want to be the first. So ChatGPT does this and Google does that and this guy does that, and they take data from wherever it is available. But it's fine for developing models, but not for their actual trustworthy usefulness. Now, whenever I talk to people about this, they tell me, oh my God, this data governance thing is so complicated and it will take a lot of time. My output on that is data governance does not slow innovation, but it actually makes it ethical, inclusive, and sustainable. If you don't have data governance, a lot of your effort around artificial intelligence will be a waste of time. So please, as a chairperson of DAMA in Tanzania, DMBOK, as a member or as a fellow of the British Computer Society, my challenge to you is that if you are embarking on a journey of building artificial intelligence platforms, your first point of work is to ensure that you have good data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harish Bhatt, Managing Director of the Soft Tech Consultant Company. That was a wonderful presentation, and you reminded me of something in my heart, the data protection principles as we remember the AI uses personal data information. Thank you very much. And it's at this juncture, I would like to request for your consent, as you have seen people around taking some photos, like the gentleman just in front of us here. Kindly note that those photos will be used in relation to the Data Protection Act, CAP 44 of Tanzania, so you don't have to worry, it will be taken care of. Thank you for your acceptance. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to introduce Madam Neema Lugangira, Member of Parliament and founder of Omuka Hub, to give her keynote lecture on ethical artificial intelligence and governance. Honorable Neema, karibu sana. One of the finest ICT ladies in Tanzania. Let's put our hands together for Madam Neema. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Parliament was dissolved 27th of June, but I am still an MP until 3rd of August when it's gazetted. So he didn't make a mistake. I still have a few more days. Once again, good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. Allow me to start by first sharing that I just came from fulfilling my new role as a grandmother. Bibi Leilani is my new name. And as a grandmother to my first grandchild, my granddaughter, it is an honor coming from that, straight away jumping into this. I literally arrived last night so that I make it today, to the honor of addressing you today at this very historic, first ever Tanzania AI Forum. I feel deeply grounded in both personal legacy as well as national responsibility. And that again goes to show the power of us women. Wanawake oye! This transition from nurturing a new life in my family to shaping a new AI era in our country perfectly reflects why we are here. Artificial intelligence must work for every generation. It must work for our children, our grandchildren, and those yet to be born. Over the past 4 years, I have consistently championed the need for Tanzania to take artificial intelligence seriously, like other countries are doing so. not as a distant future, but as an urgent and present development issue. I first raised this matter in Parliament back in 2021, when the topic was often misunderstood, overlooked or dismissed as not yet our concern. But I believed then, as I do believe now, that we cannot afford to wait for the change to come from elsewhere. We must bridge the gap between policy and science. We must bridge the gap between policy and technology. We must shape AI ourselves together, and most importantly, not forgetting politicians and parliamentarians who hold the key to the legislation and enabling environment that we also seek. From founding Omuka Hub to support digital literacy and digital inclusion in my home region, Kagera, and other peripheral regions of Tanzania, to securing support for Tanzania's first AI readiness assessment, just to mention that as one example, to advocating for data protection and ethical AI frameworks, I have remained steadfast in this course. And today I'm proud to say that the national conversation has caught up. The very fact that we are here today and the government has committed to develop a national AI strategy is a clear sign that the vision we planted has taken root. Artificial intelligence is already transforming how we govern, educate, deliver healthcare, and manage economies. But the benefits of AI are not guaranteed. If left unchecked, AI risks entrenching biases, widening inequality, and undermining human rights. Ethical governance is therefore not a luxury. It is the safeguard we need to ensure that innovation uplifts all, but not a few. This belief has guided my work, not just here at home, but also on the global stage. I have had the privilege to serve as a co-rapporteur of the Interparliamentary Union resolution on AI, on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, which was adopted by 180 parliaments from 180 countries globally last year, October 2024. Through that process, we have developed 25 concrete recommendations on how legislators can uphold democratic norms and human dignity in the age of AI. And I call upon you all to partner and support the Parliament of Tanzania in its next 13th Parliament to ensuring that this resolution will be implemented here in Tanzania. I also serve on the steering committee of the Global AI Research Policy Network that was launched in partnership of the Sweden AI Policy Hub and the Miller Quebec AI Institute, led by Yoshua Bengio, who the previous speaker just made reference to. And we recently, at the Internet Governance Forum 2025 in Oslo, Norway, we launched the Global Research Roadmap for AI. And this is yet another proud moment for Tanzania to contribute in shaping global standards that will govern AI implementation worldwide. Equally, I was deeply honored to be recognized as the ITU WSIS Gender Trendsetter, a testament to my ongoing advocacy for gender inclusion in digital policy. Since 2022, I have pushed for members of parliament to be meaningfully engaged in the WSIS process, which previously lacked a parliamentary voice. And this goes again to show why it is important to bridge science and policy, to bridge policy and tech. This year, 2025, for the first time, at the AI for Good Summit, the ITU and IPU co-hosted a high-level parliamentary panel that brought together MPs and scientists and tech and the tech community on the same stage. And this needs to be the way forward. So I'm also greatly honored and grateful to the ICT Commission and the Ministry to ensure that even in this forum, there is a parliamentary voice, because oftentimes we tend to be forgotten, but we are critical and a key piece to the success of AI development. As we talk about opportunity, we must also talk about risks. AI is not neutral, and it can be weaponized. It can be used to manipulate public opinion, to surveil dissent, and to undermine trust in democratic processes. The possibility of algorithmic interference in elections or of data being exploited to the marginalized rather than empower is real. That is why I have called for not just national regulation, but global minimum acceptable standards for ethical AI. to protect all societies, especially those still building institutional resilience like developing countries such as Tanzania. But the risks of AI go beyond politics and elections. We are witnessing a rise in technology-facilitated abuse, where AI tools are used to harass women, amplify gender-based violence online, violate the dignity of individuals through deepfakes and surveillances. Even more distressing is the growing threat of child exploitation and online abuse, fueled by AI-generated imagery and unregulated platforms. This silent crisis is affecting families and communities, and I'm very proud that Tanzania is already taking initial action on this, but more needs to be done. And we must recognize that when we are tackling technology-facilitated abuse on women or child exploitation and online abuse, this is multi-sectoral. So it cannot just be the Ministry of ICT. We need to take a multi-sectoral approach because it cuts across sectors and therefore it cuts across ministries. I have consistently raised these concerns, both in national and international forums, and I will continue to call for AI governance frameworks that explicitly address online safety, protect children, and ensure that technology is never used to harm the most vulnerable among us. At national level, I commend our President, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her leadership in scaling the National Internet Data Center, an essential step to ensure that Tanzania's data is stored, protected, and monetized for the benefit of Tanzania. In Parliament, I supported this initiative as a critical foundation for digital sovereignty and homegrown AI capability. As the previous speaker rightly mentioned, for AI to work, you need data. And therefore, this is a critical and a big milestone, and I think our President deserves a round of applause for that leadership. I am also proud to have been the first member of Parliament to call on the establishment of the to call on the government to bring in Parliament the Personal Data Protection Act, which has led to the formation of the Personal Data Protection Commission. And this again goes to show how our President is taking seriously the matter of digital acceleration, digital development, whilst ensuring that personal data is protected. And this has been a very important step in safeguarding the dignity and privacy of Tanzanians in the digital. We need to review even the Personal Data Protection Act. Building on that, I am proud to state that I successfully secured funding from UNESCO headquarters in Paris for Tanzania to conduct its first AI readiness assessment that was coordinated by the Ministry of ICT. This work has positioned our country among the few in Africa to undertake a comprehensive participatory review of the AI Leaders Initiative that is funded by GIZ will be able to come to Tanzania. And I'm proud to state that Tanzania is the first country on the continent to host the groundbreaking program that aims to capacitate women parliamentarians to be AI champions. It is through such platforms we're ensuring that women legislators across Africa are not only part of the AI conversations, but we are part of shaping AI policies that not only accelerate development, but also ensure that we are serving women and girls at its core. Regionally, I serve as honor and privilege to contribute on drafting the Africa Union's continental AI strategy. And it is my belief that Tanzania's national AI strategy will be developed in such a way it can mirror and reflect what is on the continental AI strategy that is rooted in values, ethics, fairness, equity, and aligned with the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. It affirms that Africa must not just be a consumer of AI technology, but we must be the co-creator of ethical, African-driven innovations. As I earlier mentioned, AI depends on data, and data is power. The data from our countries has been harvested by external, because when a government from a developing country wants to access that very same data that was extracted for free from our countries, our governments have to pay for that data, and that is not right. This is something, if we are going to talk, putting it under the rug, mission from where it's coming from. Yet, When a very same industry, we say that we are trying to hinder, we're trying to make the AI development environment stringent. But is that really us making it stringent? Not at all. We have to safeguard our national interests. We have to safeguard our data, because then again, today, data is the new gold mine, it's the new diamond mine, it's money. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance of us as Tanzania, as the African continent, to ensure that there is this change. And this is why I have long called for data governance legislation to secure our digital wealth and for investment in domestic infrastructure so that our data serves us. We create jobs, we improve services, and we fuel our innovation economy. The progress we are seeing now is not accidental. Many of the achievements we celebrate today stems from years of persistent advocacy. It was through my engagement that Tanzania secured UNESCO support for its first AI readiness assessment. It was my 2021 motion in Parliament that catalyzed national dialogue on AI. It was my partnership with global and regional networks that brought FemAI Lab to Tanzania. And it was my voice that helped place AI on the legislative agenda, long before it became headline news. And I call on you to always find ways to support the few who are trying to voice such changes. We cannot work in silo. But if you see someone is trying to make an effort, it is imperative that we work together. It is imperative that we walk together, because we cannot achieve it on our own. Those accomplishments are not personal. They are national victories. But it is important to recognize that they began as bold ideas, voiced in lonely homes, carried forward through unwavering commitment. Commitment that I've even proven today, leaving my newborn grandchild to come and address you today in this audience. Looking ahead, I believe that Tanzania can become a regional hub for ethical AI policy, a global reference point for gender-inclusive governance, and a champion of locally developed AI solutions in agriculture, education, health, and beyond. But we must act with urgency, and we must bring everyone along: government, parliament, civil society, academia, private sector, our youth, and even the children. Now, as we approach our next national elections, I urge us to stay alert. AI can be used to mislead, manipulate, and divide. So it is up to us in this room, when we see that, we call it out, because our silence will be helping it manifest even further. I was honored to support the drafting of the Continental Guidelines on the use of digital tools and social media in African elections through the Association of African Election Authorities in Africa, to ensure that AI does not compromise democratic integrity. Moreover, and this is something for the Personal Data Protection Authority, I think it is time to also ensure that we have clear rules on political data, AI transparency, and digital campaigning, because our democracy must be protected even in the age of machines. So as I close, I leave you with this. Artificial intelligence is not a threat to fear. It is a tool to govern. It can unlock possibilities, but only if guided with ethics, equity, and public interest. Let us lead, not follow. Let us build, not just adopt. Let us ensure that the future we design through AI is a future of dignity, justice, and opportunity for every Tanzanian. Tanzania is not catching up. We are setting the pace. Asanteni sana, thank you very much. And fingers crossed, I will return in Parliament 2025-2030. So please wish me luck. Asanteni.
Another round of applause for Honorable Neema Lugangira. Honorable, we wish you more than lucky, because the ICT community still needs you around. Asante sana for your speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to proceed to the next session, which is our first panel.
The dreadlocks, eh? They're good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After the keynote speeches, I think we can go home now. We've learned everything about AI. I've been given 40 minutes, so can I please call my panelists to come forward. Mr. Mohammed Mashaka, please come forward. Dr. Nkundwe Masaga Moses, Ms. Kedi Valba, and Ms. Carol Ndosi. Please come on up and have a seat. What do we do about the mics for the people who are seated there? Do you have a mic? All right. Ladies and gents, our topic today is shaping the future of ethical artificial intelligence and data governance for inclusive social economic development. I think to set the stage of where we are right now, let me go to Mr. Mashaka. And you know, the government is doing a lot in terms of data governance and AI, and they tend to be, when we're trying to relate them together, can you I have a feeling that the audience doesn't know Carol Ndosi, come to think of it. Do they? Do you know what she does? How many know what she does? Raise your hand. You see? And do you all know what Kedi does? Okay, you are from EU, so you know. Let's introduce yourselves and give a small brief of what you do, in short.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mulawula. First of all, I thought you were putting me on the spot there, so thank you so much that you called on other people. Right, so a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carol Ndosi. I am currently the lead consultant for the Digital Tanzania project, leading on diversity and inclusion. But my work also stems from the Tanzania Women in Technology Association, as well as LP Digital. We focus on, well, we work at the intersection of youth, gender, innovation, and technology. I think I'll stop there.
Yeah? My name is Mohammed Mashaka, the Director of Information System Development and Compliance at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, but also I'm a Vice Chair of the Data Governance Committee for African Union. I'm also a member of the Data Governance Committee for the United Nations as well. So here I am. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Valba. I'm the CEO of Estonian software company Actors and also the board member of the Estonian ICT Association. In addition to that, I am the current regional chair for Europe at the European Union Digital for Development initiative. Private sector advisory group, which is then giving advice to EU how to collaborate with the private sector. And here we are also a partner for the development of the JAMI portal.
Do we need to introduce you? I think you own this whole event, you know.
Maybe for the sake of those who are online and they were not when I gave an opening speech. My name is Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga. I'm the Director General of ICT Commission. ICT Commission is performing key two functions. One is to coordinate implementation of the ICT policy of our country, and two is to promote ICT. So into that, we are dealing with everything that has to do with investment, startups, digital competitiveness of our country, and everything ICT for our country.
Thank you. So at least now we know who the panelists are. So coming back to you, Mr. Mashaka, the government has done a lot in terms of AI and data governance. You know, can you please tell us what has been happening? Just a brief, you know, to show that we are already on that path.
Yes, the government has done a lot and actually is doing a lot. One of the things which actually the government of Tanzania, through the leadership of our President, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, first of all, we did recognition of how we are going to deliver these services to the citizen and how we are going to protect their data. So back in 2022, we actually established Personal Data Protection Act, which was actually followed by Personal Data Protection Regulations. Then immediately we established a commission that actually deals with issues related to data protection. After that, this actually is to prepare ourselves to move into this era of emerging technologies where AI and data governance is really crucial, and we have to be on top of the lead as well. After that, I think there are lots which have been done. On top of that, just briefly, back in 2024 last year, we did launch our first national digital economy strategic framework. I think Dr. Nkundwe briefed it very well during his speech. The digital economy framework has 6 pillars, which was well elaborated by Dr. Nkundwe. So this actually one of the pillars is issues related to emerging technology and innovation. So we have captured well issues related to AI and data governance are well captured there. The framework sets us a roadmap towards digital transformation in Tanzania. And with that, we came with one of the very beautiful innovation. We call it JAMI Stack. So JAMI Stack actually is, we name it as a digital machinery for the Tanzanian to take us towards the digital transformation era. With our JAMI Stack has 3 layers, whereby we have the bottom layer that has all these issues related to infrastructure, but we have the middle layer that has the element of data governance as well. And we have a top layer which is digital public goods, and it actually captures issues related to AI, startups, innovations, emerging technologies, and all sorts of application systems. JAMI Stack now has become a brand in Africa. And we are pushing the movement to help other African countries actually to see how it can help themselves. Another thing that the government has also done is actually to review the National ICT Policy of 2016, which was very important. Because for us now to move into this digital transformation era, we need to have these frameworks in place. We need to have institutions in place. We need to have our policies as well updated to go with this transformation. So currently we have our National ICT Policy 2025, which I hope will be published very soon. We are just waiting for the final approval, but the policy has gone through all stakeholders inside and outside the country as well. So we've received a number of comments in that, and now we have our own final draft, which is actually due to be published. On top of that, we are also now preparing our first National ICT Act. This is very important. We are preparing this act not because we want to bind people to comply, but also we really want people to understand and abide on issues related to ethical use. Because the people who are not using our data, the technologies, emerging technologies that are not using it ethically, we really need to tell them, to shape them through and making sure that they follow the ethics that our country has. So the National ICT Act, we hope it will be on sometimes next year, but this year we only focused on the actual National ICT Policy. Now comes again, with the AI, we have AI strategy, and now we have a final draft of the AI strategy, and it's our hope it will be published this year. We have done a number of engagements because to us, having guidance, policies, and framework is not for the government. We work with the stakeholders hand in hand because this is their policy, these are their strategies. So we have our AI strategy. We will have a presentation tomorrow on our AI strategy. And this AI strategy actually will be published sometimes this year, but you still have final touchdown. You know, if people have their final comments to throw into us, then probably when we present it tomorrow, then you will have time for you guys to whatever you have that you think we should include, then that will be taken care of. But this will be the final validation of our AI strategy before it becomes published. So we give you, through our conference, it's actually an opportunity for you all to go through it. So I think with this and many more, we have done a lot on issues related to AI, ethical governance, for example. We have issues related to cross-border data guideline. Our personal data protection will be released soon for you guys to comment. All these is to make sure that the country, as Neema said, we are not just going to be a follower, but the leader in terms of innovation, AI, and data governance. We understand that we are losing a lot of data. That is on our mind. We know the issues. I think we had a very brilliant presentation this morning on issues related to data sovereignty. Just to let you know as well, we are now preparing, as a government, national electronic data governance. As a member of the United Nations through a data governance committee, we are now bringing forward, United Nations are supporting us to prepare our first national electronic data governance. And I think we are going now to have a very big stakeholders engagement meeting next month, sometime on the 28th and 29th. I think we will advertise to you soon. We are going to have this engagement to discuss on issues related to data governance, because now we are heading to prepare our first national electronic data governance. So maybe I stop here. We have a lot of things which are actually on a pipeline. We have things that we have done and so many. So, but I'll stop here for now and let my colleagues as well speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a big hand to the government. It has done a lot so far, including the guidelines for AI, that has also been developed. So, Carol, we now know what the government has done for us now, but then now looking to the future of AI in Tanzania, we want it to be inclusive and so that it brings about impact to socioeconomic development. What do you think should be done or should be noted?
I love that question. But first of all, can I ask, did AI program the air conditioning in this room? Because, whoo, it's so cold. Maybe we told them that we're in Russia. So we need to change back to Tanzania. But thank you for the great question. And it's something that is coming up in the conversations that I am currently having with the ministry, with my current assignments. But just to echo what Harish has said, but also what Director Mashaka has said, the framework as we consult right now, and just repeating the pillars that Dr. Nkundwe said, we really need to focus on the people. So AI will only move if the human capital has the right foundational skills. And this is something that we advocate for with LP Digital, and we call it catching them early. So embedding whatever emerging technologies that we are trying to pursue or invest in or engage with as a country, and embed them in the education system right from the get-go, because that's where we get the developers. That's where we will build developers who will come up with ethical AI as per the local specific context in Tanzania. That's where we'll get the people who will actually be able to, develop policy that will resonate with the people. But I also call on, or I try to advocate for what they call continuous professional development, particularly when it comes to the educators. And for example, right now we're looking at the new national curriculum framework, and ICT is rightly embedded right from the primary education all the way to secondary. But then our educators have been left behind. So how are we coming up with mechanisms as per the AI strategy to make sure that we move along with them and nobody's left behind? One of the areas that we also focus on is marginalized groups. So for example, women, people with disabilities. Right now we're also trying to consult with the ministry on the Jamii portal and to see how we can actually come up with a system, even if it's through AI, that would be compatible with the needs of people with disabilities. So for example, visual impairment, or if it's hearing impairment, how do we now use AI technologies to actually push for that? But it really rides on the digital literacy and the investment that we have, or we're trying to put in, but as well as the political will. And I think it's really coming across from what Director Mashaka was trying to push for. However, one last thing that I wanted to stress on is, as much as we are right now, I wouldn't want to call us that, but unfortunately that's where we are, passive enthusiast, and not exactly at the development stage as a country. As in, we're not, most of the technologies that we're seeing now are, would you say, imposed upon? Like, we're not really developing them from the get-go, with an exception of the likes of Harish and co. So even when it comes to, for example, data governance and how do we bring all these groups along, how do we push for big tech accountability, as particularly when it comes to these groups that we're talking about? So yes, we have them, we don't have this big tech, present in Tanzania, but then how do we hold them accountable when it comes to, one, encouraging adoption of AI, but also the ethical use of AI? So I think I'll stop there. Yeah.
Yes, Kedi, you've heard what we're doing in Tanzania, the inclusiveness, bring people together. But this is Tanzania marching forward. But then there's a popular saying that says, if you want to go far, go with others. So in collaboration now, in terms of data governance and ethical AI, what do you suggest should be done in the process of collaboration, or where should collaboration come in to play a role in the development of AI in the country? What are your thoughts to that?
Thank you for the question. I couldn't hear your question very well, but I hope I will answer it the right way. So I can just bring experience maybe from what Estonia has done and how we collaborate in that sense with also others. Estonia has built up an AI strategy that also covers the data competence side. So we have 4 pillars that we concentrate on. One of them is the public sector AI adoption, which means that we are building different solutions for the AI usage on different government solutions. For example, an AI chatbot and several others. The second pillar is the private sector and innovation support. There are different grants for developing private sector initiatives that support AI, but also grants for the universities to build different AI systems and also research the topic of the usage of AI. The third pillar is the human capital and education, and this one I believe is crucial for AI adoption because we need to start from the grassroots level, from the lower education levels, also integrate AI in higher education. But also what we are doing in Estonia is that we are offering courses, free courses for the public sector employees about the usage of AI and how is the ethical usage of AI. We also provide courses for procurement ethics and in general data governance via the Data Governance Competence Center. Last but not least, the fourth pillar is the legal and ethical frameworks. We, of course, align with EU regulation and principles as Estonia is the member of European Union, but also OECD. That puts us also many restrictions in addition to enabling tools. But we also provide different regulatory sandboxes for testing different solutions, and also Estonia has developed its own information security standards, which means that we have a chief information officer in each of the public sector institutions, and they need to make sure that the data is being handled in a very secure way, and also the data that is being used with AI is trusted and secure. So we need to put a lot of effort on information security, because without data governance we are just building a house which has a very shaky foundation and it might collapse quite fast. In the morning we already heard about how important data governance actually is, and I can assure that's the way it is. And in Estonia we benefit from having all of our public services online. We have put a lot of effort during the years on data cleaning, and we're still in the process, of course, of doing that. We do a lot of collaboration regionally, and I also see that this is the case here, that you have the East African community, which is very close to you, and where you can do a lot of collaboration on the data itself, but also the usage of AI. And I also want to mention one very recent initiative that Estonia is working on, and that's the AI Leap. In 1990s, how Estonia started its digital revolution in that sense was that the program was called Tiger Leap, and we brought computer classes and computer lessons to each school in Estonia. And these are the fruits that we are benefiting from now in the economy that we have, the digitalization level that we have. So from September this year, we are starting with 3,000 teachers and 20,000 high school students from grades 10 and 11, where we are collaborating with big AI providers, OpenAI, Anthropic, and so on. And we are providing the AI tools for the schools and teachers to start learning them in the usage of them in an ethical way, not to cheat in the schools, but to use them for educational purposes, critical thinking, and so on. So this is first pilot project in the world like this. And when we succeed, we are also training the models in Estonian language. Then I think there's a lot to learn from this initiative. Thank you.
Oh, so then your collaboration is a stepwise approach as you go out to other countries then, in terms of utilizing AI. That's what I understood. Is that correct?
Statewide, yes. Statewide approach, and the initiative starts when we're talking about the AI Leap. It starts this September with a small pilot, but the plan is to scale it up across the country by year 2027.
Oh, okay, thank you. So now, Dr. Nkundwe, you have heard what has been said by the other panelists in terms of AI over the country where we are, the collaboration, the inclusivity, but you are with an organization that is required now to spearhead the process, implementing on the ground, and then you also have to involve industry. So what do you think are the measures that are required for industry and have the industrial practices to have ethical AI and data governance as we move forward to be the pioneers in the region?
That's a very good question, Doctor, that you have just posed to me. First thing, there are key players who need to play so that we can be able to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves with. One, in the side of governments, of course, we've been working with the Director Mashaka all along to create standards, the guidelines and things like that. So in that respect, we are acting like orchestrators. We orchestrate the process, but the key players are the private sector. And the private sector need to be provided two group of things that I can say. One, an environment where they can do business in an easy way, meaning the issues out of connectivity, the issue of investment in this massive data center. Those are the things that we're supposed to do to create the environment that will enable them to innovate so that we can be competitive as time goes. AI, as we know, it needs collaboration. We need to work together in a tripartite way, where we as a public sector, we create the environment. Private sector, they're agile, they can innovate much quicker, they can do things quicker than us. They have to do that. And also non-government organization, also they have to raise the voice. Because if you look at how our theme for this forum talks about, there is a term inclusive there. So inclusivity means a lot. We need NGO to make sure that we are not transforming only technical people to be able to be AI savvy and take advantage of those things. AI needs all Tanzania to be taken on board, and that one we know it for clear. So we need the voice of the NGO to make sure that they inform us ways on how we can ensure that we onboard anyone and to onboard them in the speed that is needed. Most of the country now, they have strategy that they want to accelerate the process, and we need to do that thing. Also, the guideline or standards are needed because in the element of ethics. Ethics, it might look like a small things, but all these technologies, they're supposed to be contextualized in our environment. We have our cultures, we have our norms, we have the way on how we do things. We have seen that there's a lot of productivity which are coming out of using AI in our daily life. But AI now can make decisions, and anyone who has the power to make decisions, they have to act in an environment which is ethical, the environment which is predictable, based on the rules, norms, and things that we have set ourselves aside. So based on the vantage point of my institution, I need to work with all players, not only in the private public sector, but in the private sector, the NGOs, and ordinary people, so that we can have this journey together and to transform ourselves in the speed that is required. Thank you.
So the opportunity is there. As we come to a close, because I was given 40 minutes, are there any questions for the from the audience? If you have a question, please raise your hand. From what the panelists said, I don't see a hand going.
Regulation, and that has been established already. And these are the foundations to use AI in an ethical way to make sure that we are not violating any of the privacy or security issues. So that would be my answer, but I believe someone of you maybe wants to complement.
Anyone wants to add to that?
Yes, I think if for the case of Tanzania, if you go back to our Vision 2050, the issues related to technology, emerging technologies, including AI, we've placed as a catalyzer in supporting different sectors of the country, of the economy. For example, we have issues related to health sectors, education, mining. So as a government, our role is to make sure how these technologies are actually used and disseminated in all these sectors. And one of the interesting things which we have actually done towards making sure that is actually comprehensively used is we have come with the establishment of what we call a JAMI exchange platform. This platform helps various sectors to exchange various data on how they can use these data into their different service deliveries and improving their technology innovations. So we have sectors like health who have their own exchange platform, but once they want to exchange data with other sectors, then they can use the platform to do that. So the issues of sectors is very crucial because this also is part of the security, as Katie said. The best work in terms of technology innovations and the usage of ICT is to decentralize these sectors and then connect together when it comes the time of implementation. So I think to us, bridging the divides between the sectors and then putting them into the implementation is very crucial. For example, we have a number of initiatives in the country, in the government, in terms of sectorial artificial intelligence. For example, we have our health sector, who are doing a lot of beautiful things in issues related to AI. We have justice, who have done a lot as well, a number of initiatives. I think we'll have time to listen to them. So if you come to every sector, we have education, who have actually released the AI guideline in education as well. So you can see as a government, from the vision part 2050 towards down to the sectors, we are all aligning towards making sure that the AI data governance are ethically implemented.
And the data is contextualized to the particular region that it's coming from. Another question? Okay, one more, and then I'll take one last one, or this will be the last question. Yes, sir, go ahead. And that'll be the last question before we wind up. And I have one more question.
Thank you very much. My name is Antidias Kaitu. I'm the lecturer at the University of Dar, but also a member of the Law Society and Technology Research Group. My question is to DG Mwasanga and the Director Mashaka. And both of you have raised very critical issues, which also is now being emphasized on contextualizing these issues, meaning AI and data. And this is very important for governance, of course, and lawmaking. I'm a lawyer by background. So my question is, how do you support the research to find out the local context so that we come up with homegrown solutions, homegrown laws, the organic ones that reflect the socio-economic and the political status of our country, of our people? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that good question. In my opening speech, I did explain 5 pillars which are guiding our transformation as a country. And in those pillars, pillar number 5, it talks about digital research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We know that AI is multidisciplinary in nature. It's horizontal, it's not vertical. AI is not only about ICT experts, right? AI can make decisions. If it can make decisions, then it needs to comply with all the laws that we have. We know there are some people that they are using AI in the interviews, right? So AI can aid someone to make decisions. AI can use in the health sector and many, many other sectors. The research group that we have created is very important for us, because I did explain that ICT Commission as an institution, we are orchestrators. Orchestrating means we work with different institutions to ensure that we reach the goals of our country. So we are ready to work with you. My colleague Mashaka will talk more about that. We have various programs in the pipeline, and basically we definitely want to work with you. We want to get the dimensions of how law is applied and how can you make sure that when we're regulating with the laws which are updated enough to be able to manage AI. Thank you very much.
To add on top of what Dr. Nkundo was just explaining, as a government, our role is actually to make the pitch ready for the players to kick their ball. And that's our major role. Now, for the case of the research, one thing which we are doing right now, I'm currently leading Digital Tanzania project. Caro did explain before. She's actually doing the issues related to inclusion. We've hired her as a consultant on issues related to inclusion. Now, one of the work that we are doing is we are now preparing a framework named National ICT Research. Also, we have connected research and innovation. With this framework we are having will be National ICT Research and Innovation Framework. On top of that, I think tomorrow we are going to see the young boys coming here in front of us pitching their AI innovation. We are working hard now to make sure we discover all these innovations, we retain them, and we push them ahead. And we support these youngsters, especially in the area of AI and the like. We are also now, if you listened to the president when she was closing the parliament, she said her vision was to look on how we are going to promote these youngsters. We are now preparing a national startup policy where innovation, issues related to research will be very crucial into those areas. And we have already started conducting stakeholders engagement. We have started in Arusha, and we will go all over the country. That's not enough. As a government, we have developed a platform called Safari Hunt. This Safari Hunt platform actually connects researchers, innovators, mentors, and industry. In Tanzania, we have a lot of youngsters who have brilliant innovations, but these innovations just go in vain. You know, sometimes we have people from outside the country takes these innovation and then, you know, they just go like that. So we want to retain these innovation in the country because we have the ability to promote them. So Safari Hunt actually is a matching box that connects these startups, because sometimes one of the secrets behind the wheel that we found out from most of the developed countries, especially Estonia and Finland, they came with all these issues related to different innovations which are currently used when you want to boot a taxi or whatever, is most of their innovations are researched. So connecting innovation and research is very crucial for you to have an effective output of a product that you want to, especially in this digital era. So we have youngsters who have brilliant innovation, but they lack research knowledge. So connecting them with the researchers, it will help. When they have these innovations, the researchers can work upon it, and then at the end of the day, we can have a very brilliant product. And at the end of the day, the same applies. We have number of researchers in the country, and they ended up being published, but they are not used on the ground. So how are we going to utilize them? Especially now on the age of AI. We have number of researchers who have done this research. So now we are bringing them together on board. If you have a research, bring your research, let's have it, let's share it together, and with common efforts we can see how we are going to utilize it. The innovators can pick it up. The government can take it. For example, I did my research when I was completing my degree at the University of Dar es Salaam in computer. But if you ask me where is that research, it ended up in shelf, you know. It's ended up on the shelf and that's done, gone. So we want to recognize the best researchers. The efforts that we are doing right now, we have a Tehama Awards. This is part to encourage people to come front with their brilliant researchers. We want to recognize, I think one of the awards we discussed with Dr. Nkundwe will be the best research that actually has been found in Tanzania. Yearly, every year, we are going to recognize these research. We will go down to the higher level institutions. When students graduate, we will give a room to the lecturers to vote for the best research that has come into the world, into Tanzania, has been published. And we can take that further. So I think the issue of research that goes parallel to innovation is one of the areas that we definitely need to work upon. And as a government, we are already on track, as I said, with this National ICT Research and Innovation Framework, that we have hired the local Tanzanians to do this work. I think we will publish before the end of the year. This will be really good, and hopefully when during the Tanzania ICT conference, we are going to launch these frameworks. So I think as a government role, we are really doing good, and I would like to encourage, as what Dr. Nkundwe said, we are really ready to work with you, and we will partner with you to support you, to promote you, and to connect you to the world. Thank you.
You know, I have the last question, then we'll wind up, but I'm looking at the picture there, I'm looking at all of you in the background, and this is what I'm doing over here. That's very interesting, you know. The question that I have to any one of you in terms of as we're doing these stakeholder workshops, socioeconomic development, AI, data governments, how can you also include the right to profit, especially when you talk about innovators that are coming in and researchers are coming in? Does anyone want to address it? Right to profit. In other words, you have the mic. Okay, go ahead, Carol. You understood my question.
The right to profit. So in innovation and technology, I think one of the guiding principles is you either innovate for the greater good or you innovate for business, okay? So I think as innovators, they should have an option for both. However, it really depends on the ecosystem that we have and where they can begin and how soon, according to the projection or the pipeline, they can actually arrive at making money. If you look at the technology needs assessment report that was just released on Tanzania, they've actually highlighted 5 areas, if I'm not mistaken, so there's help. But if you look at what we're already doing in there, people are already innovating, they're already on their way to right to profit. So again, we go back to the startup policy. What kind of grace period can we give them until they're able to arrive at a profit? Can we include sandboxes in the ICT labs that are in the Digital Tanzania project to allow for innovators to come and continuously fail, innovate until they get it right, but also, you know, securing their journey to right to profit. So I think it's a whole entire conversation around that, but we won't be able to arrive until we get the startup policy, but also the frameworks that we're actually working on right now.
Thank you very much. With that, please give us the panelists a hand to say thank you very much. And I want to thank you. And you can give me a hand also if you want to. Please. I think the last thing we do is to take a picture. Normally, that's what we normally do. You know, photographers, the panelists, the moderators stand here and we take a picture.
Thank you, Dr. Mula Mula. Another round of applause for the moderator and its panelists. Mr. Mashaka, can you smile, please? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, while Dr. Mula Mula and the panelists are having their goodbyes, I have the honor to now call on the podium Dr. Godwill Wanga, the Executive Secretary of Tanzania National Business Council, TNBC, to speak to us on the Responsible and Inclusive Artificial Intelligence Hub for Sustainable Development. Dr. Wanga, karibu sana, please.
Dr. Wanga, CEO of the Tanzania National Business Council. TNBC is a link between private and the public sector. So we normally link through PPDs, public-private dialogues, where the private sector participates in the reforms. So this is a normal digital compass, which Mr. Mashaka is very aware of it. It is part and parcel of the Tanzania Digital Economy Strategic Framework. So I'm an economist by profession, but also embarking on digital technology. So I'm calling myself as a digital technologist. So we are saying Tanzania is a country where all economic activities are taking place. So our GDP is approaching 100 billion, and the sources of that GDP is the human health and social activities, education, households activities, agriculture, forestry, fishing, mining, manufacturing, construction, transportation, real estate, information, ICT, public administration and administrative and other services are contributing to that GDP. And all these activities needs AI applications. Oh. Yes. The economic governance insights, we believe that private sector is the fourth pillar of our economic growth. So we have government, we have parliament, but we have judiciary. But we think maybe at a point in time, the private sector will be recognized as a fourth pillar because it is the one which is generating the economy, the growth of our economy in all sectors. So at TNBC level, we are conducting PPDs from top to lowest administrative level. Our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the president of the United Republic of Tanzania, is chairing the national PPD meeting and also chairing the international business dialogues, which most of the time are taking place outside the country. And also the IRTs, Investors Roundtable, sometimes in the country. And some of you have met her individually or in a group. And we have also ministers who are conducting ministerial public-private dialogues, regional commissioners, they conduct the regional business councils, district commissioners are conducting district business councils. And we're also engaging institutions, individual institutions like TRA, or BRERA, or any other regulatory entity which is concerned, which the private sector might be having a concern. So we go between and we resolve all the conflicts or anything which can compromise the economic growth. But as a country, we are providing for freedom to reforms. That is, the private sector has the mandate through this PPD or through TNBC to contribute to reforms. And also, we are providing, the government is committed to provide public goods, which freely, and also continuous improvement of the business environment, but also we are responding to any market failure. For instance, if there is any challenge of fair competition, we can go between and address it. But we are also addressing the international policies, international instruments like sustainable development goals, which are also reflected in our Vision 2050 and also in our policies, laws, and other regulatory interventions. We are providing, TNBC is working very hard to ensure that we have stable and inclusive monetary and fiscal frameworks or environments. By saying so, I mean that we have to ensure that the private sector is also taken on board to inform all the monetary and the fiscal policies and their respective laws and regulations. But also we are supporting digital transformation. The President of the United Republic of Tanzania has established the so-called Digital Transformation Technical Working Group, which is also addressing AI issues, DPI enhancement, payment systems, and capacity building. So these could be very common to all of you, but I think they are very crucial for digital transformation. The mobile connections, they are very common. I think the ministry has been talking about this, but at least you have to know that this is where we are in terms of this data. But one thing which I could emphasize is on the aspect of youth population. So 77% of the total population is feasible for leapfrogging through AI, social and technical revolutions, and digital transformation initiatives in agriculture, mining, fishing, livestock, education, energy, finance, health, industries, defense, etc. That means specifically 65% of the total population is in the rural area. So we expect the rural area to contribute significantly to the AI economy. So to just look at what the government has done, the IGA and the ICTC, all of them, they have established various operating systems. We have the DPI for interoperability, we have the basic registers, we have the data sharing platforms, we have enablers of digital transformation. Has been dialoguing with engaged with the UNDP to support implementation of the Tanzania Digital Economy Strategic Framework 2024-34. So this document was launched on 29th July of last year, and the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also the chair of the Tanzania National Business Council, launched that document, and now she wants it implemented by all the stakeholders in the public and private sector. And we have to execute them, we have to make sure that they are implemented of AI challenges in African countries. So this program is designed to restructure builder program. So in this program, we have systems, we have financiers who is dedicated to support AI sovereignty, but also they are going to support all other members or who are going to engage. Kitabu Zindi, Domni, Afra, Kitabu Zindi, Domni, Afrab, AFDB, Arima Wave, Sineka, and the other AI, individual AI factories. So, but we have also the AI African Green Compute Coalition. This is a coalition which is established also to democratize computer access or compute foundational principles, but mainly security, data sovereignty, trust, data privacy, and IPR countries. So one of the principles is empowering local AI entrepreneurs. So if you are a local Tanzanian AI entrepreneur, you can access to this hub. But also, if we want to build a resilient, equitable, accessible, and sustainable market for GPU, you can also get access to that, and you can benefit from this program. So we know that in the next 2 years. So, and this program has availed it, so you can easily access that computing capacity free of charge in order to develop your AI solutions, but also building upon existing computer infrastructure. So we know that about 35% of computing capacities exist in only 11 countries in this world. So Africa, we are lacking that. We don't have those capacities, but 2.5 billion is availed through this program for you. And also we needed to facilitate research-driven, evidence-based decisions. I heard Mr. Mashaka and Mr. Mwasaga, and the panel actually in general, we are talking about research. So this program also supporting. Another pillar is AI data. we believe that the data indicates that 2% of the global data center capacity, less than 2% is in Africa. So if we have that deficit, that gap, how can we address it? This program is going to support us to bridge that gap. And so we have to orchestrate, we have to empower African talent to accelerate AI solutions. We have to leverage public-private partnership. We have to improve data pipeline. We have to make sure that we are working together. Public and private sector, we work together and ensure that we are moving together. Another pillar is green computing. As I said, this is trying to avail GPU hours of compute in the next few years to reduce barriers to foster innovations through collaborations and a partnership. So we need to support AI African talents. We need to harness private public organizations, mobilize local companies, and enable collective path towards robust AI landscape. The third pillar is AI green computing. So I said about that. And the fourth one is talents developments. So we know Africans are very good in innovation, but they lack basic or necessary capacities to unlock and utilize that to support their livelihood. So this program is going to support AI talents development. So we need to make sure that we utilize this capacity for our development. So, but generally what we are saying, Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar have conducive business environment that can sustainably support investment and business in all economic activities to support AI economy. So I'm encouraging innovators to visit and apply through the web, which is indicated there, and get connected to the AI ecosystem so that you can contribute to 15.7 trillion of the global GDP. Because researchers have indicated that AI economy is going to contribute about 15.7 trillion. But where will Tanzania, how much is going to be contributed by our economy? No one knows, but it is upon you, innovators. And the message which you are trying to say is that Tanzania should lead, not follow others. Our president said it very categorically that she doesn't want to leave anyone behind, because on her first meeting of TNBC on 26 June 2021, she said that she doesn't want to leave anyone behind in terms of digital transformation. So Tanzania should lead in terms of architecting AI solutions for fast-tracking industrialization. So AI is real and is going to contribute significantly. As you have seen to the number, 15.7 trillion is going to be contributed to the global GDP. So we have to make sure that we also contribute to that and benefit from that. But also, Tanzania is going to support capacity building in all actors, in public sector and private sector. So the private partners need to work very close with the ministry, with the ICTC, with other institutions like TNBC to make sure that they benefit and access to the center, AI hub for sustainable development through the Matei Plan for Africa. So again, we are through the TNBC platform, we call it Development Finance Technical Working Group. We have decided to establish international financial center. This center will attract and will support incubation and acceleration services to new businesses. That means the startups and the scale-ups. So we are attracting personal finance. The center is attracting personal finance, venture funds, corporate finance, banks, and the multinational debts and public finance, bonds, notes, and debts to drive scaling up, create jobs, and capital market deepening to scale up. So that is my details. As I said, economist and a digital technologist. You are all welcome for further interactions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Wanga. Another round of applause for Dr. Wanga, please. No, those were not claps. Those were just whatever you call it. Another round of applause, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. We still have 2 sessions before we go for our lunch, so I would like to call
control over critical infrastructure and data, build AI ecosystems that align with human rights and our core values. Economic growth and innovation, we must stimulate research, innovation, and startup ecosystems, create high-value jobs in emerging AI sectors, drive productive across sectors like in manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare. And also we want to build our AI systems so that they promote sustainability and green transition. We want to optimize energy consumption and support decarbonation, for example, in smart grids and transportation. And we want to improve environmental monitoring and climate change and modeling so that we can build a sustainable future for humanity. We want to enhance circular economy initiatives through smart logistics and waste management. Now it's working, great. The trustworthy AI for society and governance. We want to have in our AI ecosystems ethical and human-centric leadership so that we can strive towards trustworthy AI. We want to influence global norms. We want to develop our AI economic systems aligned with human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And of course, we want our governance to be resilient, improve decision-making in healthcare, safety, border control, and disaster response. And we want to foster AI in justice, education, and e-government services. So, but also we want to empower individuals through digital literacy because there is lots of doubt and people are scared of AI, will it take our jobs or something like that. We want to educate people on privacy rights and digital risks. We want to promote the consent modeling for data usage. And we want to support our marginalized communities in accessing and understanding digital tools, AI, privacy, cybersecurity. So we want to embed privacy by design when we develop AI ecosystems. We want to integrate privacy and data protection into AI systems from the start, not afterwards, not after we have developed some AI system and then we start to think about data protection. It doesn't work like that. The data protection has to be from the start. So we want to do it privacy by design. And also we want to conduct DPIAs, data protection impact assessments, so that we know the risks for the data subjects when we start to use AI systems. And we want to use privacy and enhancing technologies. Yep. Yes, and we want to strengthen our regulatory frameworks like PDPA in Tanzania or GDPR in Europe. And we want to harmonize those things because AI ecosystems are global. We want to share independent oversight through data protection authorities in Tanzania, in Finland, in Europe, everywhere. And we want to promote accountability for tech companies because tech companies are the gatekeepers in AI development. So that we can build trustworthy digital services and AI systems, we want to ensure that they are transparent, explainable, and fair, so that we don't get the black box problem that we don't know what the AI is doing and why it is doing what it is doing. And we want to prevent algorithms that are biased for the reason that it might promote discrimination. We don't want that. And we want to involve humans in the loop for critical decisions so that we don't give too much power to AI systems. Yes. And we want to foster multi-stakeholder collaboration because nobody wants to build AI systems alone. Because when we are, when there are too few developing AI systems, there might be some problems in there. So we want to engage governments, private sector, civil society, academia, so that we can get the most of our AI systems. And we want to create digital rights charters that reflect local and, of course, global values. And we want to open standards that we can make global AIs that work everywhere and interoperable platforms so that we can integrate different systems into those platforms. We have to promote ethical innovation. We want to encourage tech development that aligns with human rights, with our core values. We want to fund public interest technologies that helps everybody, not just business or not just academia or not just government, but everybody. And we want to prioritize accessibility, inclusion, and sustainability. But we all know that with AI there are some risks also. But when we have shared values, we have shared risks. AI can amplify both. So with international cooperation, we can tackle those values and shared risks. And we want to align AI with universal human rights and ethical norms and tackle cross-border risks like surveillance, misuse, algorithm bias, and misinformation, disinformation. Yeah. And we want to accelerate responsible innovation. We want to implement responsibility for tech companies, for people who are developing AI systems. We want to pool researchers, knowledge, the talent across the border, so we can get the best out of AI. And we want to enhance the ethical breakthroughs. whenever there are some happening. And we want to prevent harmful duplication and promote interoperability. And as there are also this morning has been mention of inclusive AI and fair development. Without global collaboration, AI could widen inequalities, problems with countries and problems with politics. We want to have international dialogue so that we can together build good and better AI systems, AI platforms, digital services, and so on. The future of AI must be shaped by all, for all. No AI just for the sake of AI. AI should ensure peace, progress, and dignity, not division. We Finns, we love peace, so this is kind of my main message. Yes. Thank you, asante sana. Kiitos paljon in Finnish. Are there any questions? I can't see no hands, so maybe. Yes, kiitos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tapani, for your presentation. Now, next, I would like to call the moderator, Mr. Harrison Marik, to do the last panel before we break for lunch, and this will include experience in implementing artificial intelligence use cases in the health sector by Ministry of Health, the private sector, and academia. Mr. Harrison, please. A round of applause as he approaches the podium, please.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harrison Mariki. I am a pharmacist by background. I am the director for partnerships and innovation at a startup called Afya Intelligence. And we work with the Ministry of Health and other implementing partners in leveraging data, innovation and partnerships to improve the access of healthcare products especially. So I'm still waiting for the slides to come up. Yes. So for this time, we wanted to share with you how for the past few years, the Ministry of Health, together with various implementing partners, have been working towards making it practical to leverage the emerging technologies to improve healthcare access. So, fortunately, a part of the panel is not here today, but we have some slides from them as well as those who will be here. So that means either you get to get your lunch early, but also it means that you get to hear more from those who are here today to share with us their experience. So the Ministry of Health in 2022, they worked on a policy framework This was when AI was much of a buzz, and they thought it was important to gather stakeholders to come up with a policy framework of how we can now start to integrate the use of AI in the sector. And I think that was a very great first step, especially for some of us who were looking into guidance. We could see, like, I know for the startup world, you see opportunities and want to leverage those opportunities to improve services in your country, to improve healthcare in your country. But how do you get started? So without making sure that you are bringing that change, but at the same time, you don't compromise the ethics and all that is important for the community. So that was a very great step, and we are happy to contribute to that. In addition to that, I'm still looking for the slides to come up. All right. So apart from the policy framework, which was one important document, the digital health strategy as well, which was from 2019 to 2024, was another important document which helped us to move forward. Currently, they are working on a new digital health strategy, which would have more incorporation of the emerging technologies. In addition to that, currently the ministry is working on the Health Sector Strategic Plan 5, which again incorporates the use of data and emerging technologies to improve the sector. Whoever is controlling the slides, if we could... It's me? Oh, sorry. Awesome. So I didn't know that I have this on my hand already. So this is what I was talking about. So those three documents have been key in getting us started in implementing these technologies. So why AI matter, especially for healthcare in Tanzania? Partly, we have shortage of resources. We have a great burden, especially in Tanzania and most of the sub-Saharan African countries in terms of disease, but we are in shortage of resources to sort this out. Our population, vast of it is in the rural areas, and there is now raising this burden as well for non-communicable diseases as well, including mental health. And so AI provides us with opportunities to try and deal with these burdens, providing access to diagnostics where it will not be possible now, decision support for frontline healthcare workers. So how do we, for me as a pharmacist, like how do I help a clinic at the facility to be able to determine what is needed for the next year so that we can plan in advance for the resources that are needed then. Mental health, telehealth. So these are all opportunities now that we can take advantage of to improve the healthcare access in Tanzania. All right. So I think I would now take this opportunity to welcome two panelists from University of Dodoma who can bring us more into what's happening on the ground by telling us their experience in implementation of healthcare AI in healthcare in Tanzania. So I would like to welcome, and please give them a round of applause as they come in. Dr. Mohammed from AfriLabs and Dr. Salim as well. And to start with, I think they're going to bring us experience with the AfriLabs in Dodoma, which has been key into implementation of some of the use cases in Dodoma, in UDOM, And then they will take us into some of those use cases and the early results of that application. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Mjahid from the University of Dodoma. I'm lecturer at the University of Dodoma and also the lead of African Artificial Intelligence Lab. This lab is a collaboration between the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. This lab was started in 2021. We got funds from the IDRC and the CIDA, and currently is funded by IDRC and foreign Commonwealth Development Office. And of course, it is doing research on. It was 4 thematic areas, including healthcare, environmental conservation, agriculture, and the digital economy. But currently, the lab is focusing on the research area in the agriculture sector and healthcare. And of course, the labs just aim to focus on the addressing the challenge, especially these are the challenges in mostly African countries that they face, shortage of skills. So the lab is strengthening the capacity in research, innovation, and of course they focus also in training. So that's why the labs is, of course, the lab supported the University of Dodoma to have the degree program in artificial intelligence and also the master program in Nelson Mandela African Science and Technology. And also the labs is, of course, conducting some short course trainings, doing some awareness campaigns like workshops, and of course, in 2023, the labs conducted the first international conference in Arusha, ISC there. That was the first international conference that is conducted by the lab. And we hope next year we'll have the second conference. So we engaged with a number of stakeholders to conduct those events. As I said, the labs also is doing research. In that case, we just developed some of the AI-powered tools so that we can contribute to the community to solve the social problems. From the labs, we developed some of those tools, especially from the healthcare sector, including maternal complications. That was the tool that developed from the University of Dodoma, and also the PPR disease detection tools. This one was from the agriculture sector. Pestis ruminants. It's a tool that is predicting the disease from the small ruminants like sheep and goats. Also, we collaborated with our stakeholders from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Health, so that we can develop these tools, not just from our labs. Also, we need to collaborate with those stakeholders so that we can have, a buy-in of those tools from the stakeholders. And of course, these tools we developed by using the framework that we have, because the labs is the community of labs from Africa. So we have, there is a number of labs from Africa, from Ghana, South Africa, Makerere labs from Uganda, and also there is a lab from Rwanda. So those labs we developed a framework so that we can develop those AI solutions that they can be used responsibly because that framework, it can help, those developers, researchers, so that they can, develop those AI-powered responsibly. And that framework is known as the FACET. It just include the issues of fairness, accountability, ethics, security, and those issues those issues that are concerning to the responsible use, development, and deployment of AI tools. To say that, I think we are collaborating with a number of stakeholders from around the Africans and Tanzania. We hope to proceed with the collaboration with the stakeholders so that we can just develop, or we can just adapt AI solutions that can help the social problems in Tanzania and Africa at large. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mjahi. So my name is Salim Diwani. Yeah, I'm going to present about the AI tool, which have been developed at the AfriA lab. The tool is detecting the maternal complications, which are the complications which the pregnancy women are going to suffer or to get during the period of the pregnancy. So the tool have been developed through the hospital in Dar es Salaam. We collect data from the public hospital in Dar es Salaam. So from the data collection until deployment, so we use the hospital from the Dar es Salaam. So the tool can be accessed through that website. So you can access it, then we can give you the password for that. So the tool also detects those complications such as abortion, urinary tract infection, UTIs, postpartum, antepartum, and the pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is called the PIH and the anemia. So on your right side, that is the dashboard of our tool, yeah, which show the analysis which is done by the tools and the percentage of each diseases in that tool. Next slide, please. So this is the process which we undergo during the data collection through the employment and deployment of the tool. So like you see the model prediction, those type of complications, UTI, abortion, anemia, antepartum, postpartum, and the gestational diabetes. Okay? So the tool uses first we train our tool by using the traditional machine learning algorithm, because that was then doing very, very well. Then we go to the deep learning technology. So we use the BET model to train our model, which we get accuracy 80% and the sensitivity of the 64%, which is quite promising. So we expect to do the pilot studying for our tool in the public hospital in Dar es Salaam. Next slide, please. So also this is how the tool works. So first, the medical doctor can put the patient information like national identification number and personal detail of the patients. Then later on, the medical doctors or physician can put the prescriptions of the patients. Then the tool can do the analysis and detect what the patient may be suffering, whether it has any abortions or other type of disease. So that is how the tool is doing the analysis of our study. So that is also the dashboard of the patient. The patient detected has an abortions, which has 88% antepartum, and those are percentage of other diseases. Next, please. So also this is another dashboard which can give you all the details about the analysis of the patients. Yeah, like I said, the tool has accuracy of 80% and sensitivity of the 64%. Yeah, next slide, please. Next. Yeah, so those are some of the algorithm, confusion matrix, yeah, which for the different models. This is the random forest, and the other one, next slide, Roberta, and the next one, and the BET machine learning model. So this one performs very well compared to other machine learning model. So the conclusions, the tool can improve early detections of the maternal complication, also can reduce maternal mortality, can also enhance perinatal and child health care, and also can do the personalized care. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Salim. So I think we can move to the next use case and then allow questions at the end.
Yeah, another tool is for mental health. So we developed this tool to detect if the person has a mental health or not. So this tool is called the Achilles check. So we developed this tool by using the WHO standards. So the use of AI in mental health, we can detect, early detection of mental health conditions. Also can do personalized treatment plans based on the individual data. Also can do continuous monitoring through the mobile apps and the wearable devices. Also can reducing the barriers to seeking help via the AI-powered tools. Yeah, Achilles check tool. This is an AI-powered tool that focuses on early detection of mental health, specifically for the people in the community. You can use the tool to check the status of the mental health and be encouraged to visit mental specialists. So this tool can be used by the community once if maybe you have it also can calculate the percentage, what the percentage you have of the mental health. So this tool also can direct you to the psychiatrist. Go to the psychiatrist, yeah, for more medical treatment. So this tool can be used by the community. Next, please. Yeah, so this tool can reduce stigma, promote early detection of the mental health, and also can build the well-being of the community. Like I said, this tool can be used by only the community. If you have maybe some problem, then you can go to the hospital, or we can direct you to go to the psychiatrist in the different hospital. So next, please. Yeah, so these tools can do predictions. It can predict if you have any type of the mental illness. Also can do the assessment. You can take assessment test to find out what is your score for certain conditions. Also, you can chat with the different experts which are good in the mental health. Next, please. Yeah, so this tool uses the traditional machine learning, which is the SVM support vector machines. So for accuracy, we get the 87%, sensitivity, we get 91%, specificity, we get 83%. Then area under the curve, we get the 92%. Next, please. So this tool is available online. You can just go and access this. Also, like we said, it will give you the score or the percentage of your mental health. If it is more than, but because there's 27 different type of questions, so it will give you based on those type of the question which you answers. Also, you can, like we said before, we can chat with the different experts for the mental health. Thank you.
So, are you saying that currently someone is able to access it?
Yeah, you can access the tools. Yeah, and also you can answer different questions. Then it can give you the score if you are affected by the mental health or not.
Thank you very much. I think the crowd will be happy to know that now, even where they are right now, they can actually assess their mental status and know if they have any mental issues, and also maybe seek seek support early on. Thank you very much, Salim, for that innovation, and the AfriLab teams for working on that and thinking about that.
Yeah, to add on that, also we have the phase 2 of the tool of the mental health, which is going to be used by the only medical doctors. So we get the data also from the different hospitals in Dar es Salaam and Mirembe Hospital in Dodoma. So the tool also, it is ready now. We are going to do the pilot study for the mental health tool, which we get the fund from the COSTECH. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think the next one will be, is it you? Yes. So we are not done yet with use cases. So again, we have one more use case from AfriLabs. Karibu. And feel free to stand up if you want to be able to look at the crowd.
I think it's okay for me to sit down here. I mean, if they don't mind, I mean, for the participant. We developed another tools, which is known, I mean, as automated screening of diabetic retinopathy. This is a tool that is diagnosing the patients with, of course, the first thing is, to have diabetes. That's the, so if someone has a diabetes, there is a high chance of having diabetic retinopathy. So we want, to diagnose those people before having irreversible blindness. So we want to diagnose those patients at the early stage to avoid having irreversible blindness. So it is an automated screening of diabetic retinopathy. So we wanted to focus on the Tanzania to make sure that the problems are detected early as much as possible. So to provide alerts to doctors and other potential health stakeholders. So these tools has some functionalities. One of them is first to provide the knowledge on how you can use it. That's the first thing. The first one was we call it normal analysis. It's where it predicts on those stages of diabetic retinopathy. One of them is, mild, severe, proliferative, and others, other kinds of. So it is 5 stages of diabetic retinopathy. That's, we just perform diagnosis. And the second functionality or the second diagnosis is where we just perform segmentations to see the problems on the A. When we have those fundus images is where we look on the problems on those fundus. So those are the two functionalities of these systems that currently we have implemented one of them. So because of the limited funds, then we just want to move on the second stage of the implementation of this tool. Then that's it's a block that is providing the knowledge and also the analysis of those two components. So these tools is integrated with the NIDA number. So wherever the patient is going, once his information is inserted in this system, it can be, retrieved from there. It's not like when you go to Dar es Salaam, then to another regions is where you start so it's easier for the medical doctors or ophthalmologists to see your past records from this system, the way we have, we have developed. And the second issue is to make sure that the image that, or the fundus image that we use in these tools are the one that is should be predicting. So it's not like someone is just uploading his image, then it can predict. Someone is just sitting in the beach and where you can say has a problem of, it's a proliferative problems, stages. So it's just take care of all those issues. It makes sure that the image is the fundus image, and also they have a quality image so that they can be predicted. So these tools, it provide those informations, but after uploading the tools, it can process the image. We use the API. It's where we send to the model. It's where it predicts whether a person has those problems or diabetic retinopathy. It makes sure, and of course our system, it can respond, because we're using API, it can respond within 5 seconds. That's what I mean, our maximum time that our model can respond. So we perform prediction. This is an example of the prediction that a model can provide. So it provided the likelihood, I mean the percentages of likelihood of a certain grades of diabetic retinopathy. And the tools can, because we wanted to use this one in a rural area. It's because in Tanzania we have, I think currently we don't have even more than 100 ophthalmologists, the expert within the Tanzania. So it is difficult for those people from rural areas to see those specialists, especially if they have this kind of problems. So if we use these AI-powered tools, it can help those people from the rural areas so that they can be, detected early as much as possible. Also, if they want referral services, so it's where they can be taken care and transferred to the referral hospitals. So these tools, if there is a doctor from those rural areas who is not a specialist, maybe has a difficulty of diagnosing these results, then they can just forward these results to those experts. So we just provide those functionality to send those results to the experts. And after that, the experts can provide a recommendation whether to see professional doctors from the referral hospital, or it can provide feedback directly to the doctor from the rural areas. That's what the aim we developed. So that's why we have those issues to forward those results or diagnosis to the specialist. So these are the way of forwarding. So it can show that if the results is forwarded or not forwarded. So if there is a recommendation from the expert, so we just provide some 2 experts that if you are not let's say you are not okay with the first expert, then we can just combine 2 recommendations from the expert. As I said earlier, this tools is just detecting like 5 grades of diabetic retinopathy, like no DRA, mild DRA, moderate, severe, and proliferative DRA. Those are the stages that the tools, our tools is detecting. So because of the limitation, of course, most of the time we are lacking of the funds. Sometimes when we collect images, we cannot force those people to have proliferative problems. Sometimes we miss those kind of data. So in some cases, in these grades, we miss some data. As you can see, MALS, it has like few data. It had a few data. That's why we forced it to have higher weights so that we can just balance our data, because it was a little bit unbalanced. So we just forced it to have, so that we can have, a little bit balanced model. So as you can see, we have those, distribution of data from our data sets. That's what we trained our model. So as you can see, we had accuracy of 81%, and those other metrics like precision, recalls, and F1 scores. As you can see, MALS, it has a very, low, performance compared to other stages, grades of diabetic retinopathy. So this is, a confusion matrix that is showing the performance, as you can see. Also, there is some interaction, interference between the way model is predicting between the severe and the no DR and the moderate, grades. So we, because of this one, we want to collect more data so that to make sure we improve our model. And at the time we also perform our piloting or diagnosis, also we just retrain our model to make sure that it performs better as, it's improved from the existing model. So the key achievements of our model is developing these models and to just integrate it with the system so that it can predict those images. Also it achieved 81% of accuracy. It is effectively handled class imbalance, by just giving some weights, some of the grades. So we need some improvements from these tools. Also, of course, we collaborated with the Ministry of Health. We have conducted some stakeholders meetings and engagements. We discussed there about how we can get those data from different hospitals. Currently, we are discussing getting data from KCMC because most of this data we got it from the Dodoma regions, from Benjamin William Kappa, DCMC, Makulu hospitals, and the General Hospital. But we want to expand it more to get data from other areas like KCMC and the Dar es Salaam here. Also, we want to refine the models once we got this data, and the developing offline mobile applications, especially to be used at the rural areas. And of course, currently we want to buy like a adapter so that we can just integrate it with their mobile phones, because those rural areas is where it's easier for them to use mobile phones, offline mobile applications. It can be easily for them to perform diagnosis. So after that, we're going to perform clinical validations. We will conduct those stakeholders meetings to validate, and also engaging them to use these tools so that they can get some endorsement from them, how the tools is performing, where there is a weakness, so that we can improve it. That's all about the diabetic retinopathy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Mohammed. And I think as you're concluding and moving to the next phase, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to the both of you, maybe to appreciate some of the different stakeholders and partners that you are collaborating with for this work, because I am sure for such a successful projects, there are a lot of stakeholders that you are working with. So, karibu sana, if you can talk a little bit about the stakeholders that you are already working with for these projects.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we are working with the Ministry of Health. So also we have the stakeholder from different public hospitals, which we had several meetings. And also the last stakeholders meeting, we agreed that these tools can be deployed in the healthcare system so that we can do the pilot studies. As we know, these tools are very, very sensitive. First need to be tested before going to be used by the medical doctors. So they agree, so we can deploy in they're okay or not. So I think we are in the good shape up to now. Yeah.
Thank you a lot. So maybe just to finish up, I wanted to also bring up maybe just one last use case that we are, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, we are working on. So as you know, there's a saying that they says that, and I think I learned this early on when I was starting my pharmacy journey. They used to say, no product, no program. That you cannot have a healthcare program if you don't have the medicine or the lab supplies that are needed to support the healthcare service. So in 2021, we started working with the Ministry of Health to look into the supply chain side of healthcare, to see how we can leverage AI and other emerging technologies to improve the healthcare services in Tanzania. So one thing that the problem that we are looking at is there is almost 900 million healthcare products in Tanzania. Yet, if you move around, you will still find stockouts of healthcare commodities and avoidable waste. So there is waste that you can avoid. This will come in form of expiries or holding stock where it should not be. You should not be holding that stock. And to do that, the healthcare facilities or healthcare workers need to be able to handle the logistics and plan ahead. But logistics is not a primary, it's not a primary requirement, or it's not a primary skill of a healthcare worker. So we want to do the inventory management, forecasting, and make sure that the healthcare products are there all the time. So we thought that the solution would be a more connected digital health ecosystem. And so we looked at and mapped the existing systems within the public sector and tried to find out what the gaps are, and also looked at the private sector as well to see what the gaps are. And today I'll talk more about what the public sector, where we introduced a solution called Afyalytics. So what does Afyalytics do? Afyalytics provides or empowers healthcare workers to do early diagnosis of their healthcare supply chains. So what it does, it consumes data from the systems and workflows in their ordering and resupply, their routine ordering and resupply. And then that is combined with the SOPs and guidelines that are there. And then that would now inform what products should be stored in that facility. For instance, a dispenser is supposed to stock maybe a certain number of priority items that should never be missing. Same with a health center, district, regional referral hospitals, and so on, depending on the guidelines. So what Afyalytics does is built to integrate with existing systems and support primary healthcare workers in their decision in terms of what they should forecast, what they should be restocking, and by how much. And it's built so that it is integrated with the workflows and requires very minimal training for the healthcare workers. So usually what needs is maybe an import of a file from the existing systems, but now currently it's integrated within the system that they are using for reordering. So that would quickly help them to validate their data. For instance, if there is any missing priority item within their orders, then that will be flagged out. If there is, then that also will be flagged out. If there is any duplication in terms of what products they are ordering, again, that will be flagged out and they will be advised on how to proceed. So currently, more than 3,000 healthcare workers have already been oriented on the tool. And we are now in the stage of it's being integrated within the existing system so that all the more than 8,000 primary healthcare facilities can easily access this without going into a different interface. So this has been our experience since the beginning. We have been able to secure hosting a server that's now placed at the National Data Center that supports the logistics system for ordering and the analysis that's done. We've done several engagements with different stakeholders in terms of engaging several stakeholders in different areas to gather support and find ways of making sure that this is scaled across the world, across Tanzania, but also building it in a way that can be scaled across different continents. So this was not possible without our partners who we've been working on with. We were, as a startup, we are grateful that last year we were able to win, we were part of the winners of the Health Tech Hub Africa Innovation Challenge, which provided us with some of the funds which have made this innovation a reality, but also we work with different partners, different implementing partners who we work with to make sure that this is working as needed and continue to iterate to make sure that it's solving real-world problems. Thank you. So just before I welcome the crowd, if you have questions, I would like to give an opportunity to our partners to give us maybe in 1 minute what they think is needed for successful AI implementation in Tanzania healthcare sector. So maybe just 1 minute for you, Salim, and then Dr. Mohamed as well. 1 minute, what do you think is needed for successful implementation of AI in Tanzania healthcare sector?
Yeah, thank you for the good question. The first thing I think is to have conducive environments for the successful adoption of AI in healthcare sector. And when I say this one is to have AI frameworks, policies that will support the adoption or successful implementation of AI in healthcare sectors. And after that, another thing is issues of data. Have high quality data that is contextually for Tanzania. Because most of the data that is available in most of the data repositories are from outside, especially from outside Africa. So those data, they lack contextual. Most of the cases, when we implement their solutions, sometimes they have bias, those kind of problems. So we need to have those kind of data that are generated locally that can be used to develop solutions that can solve local problems. Another issue that I can add, where developing these solutions require expertise. We need to have a lot of, numbers of capacity, development programs that we can have local experts, especially young talents, one that we can just equip them with knowledges and expertise on how they can develop AI-powered solutions that, they develop them responsibly that can be avoid those problems of biases and kind of inequalities from the use of those solutions. So we need to include everyone when we develop this kind of solutions.
Very, very less infrastructure. Another thing is very, very less infrastructure. Another thing is to improve our curriculum from the primary education, secondary education, and the university levels. So we need to add a lot of AIs from the primary, secondary, and the university level, so that people they can get aware, or students they can learn a lot about the AI and other stuff related to AI. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. So maybe because of time, I'll allow 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Karibu. There's one question there and another one there. Please keep your hands up so that they can share the mic. All right. And one from a lady somewhere there. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question was, how can you verify that the model is truly learning and is not memorizing from the data it's fed before?
Sorry, if you can keep your mic close so that we can hear you.
My question is, how can you verify that the AI model is truly learning and is not memorizing from the data it's fed before?
Thank you. That's one question. And then another one this side. So I think, Dr. Mohammed, you can start answering that question. So how do you make sure that the model is truly learning and not answering from what you previously trained?
Yeah, thank you for the good questions. The first thing is to make sure that the model does not overfit. And of course, there are a number of techniques that are used to make sure that the model does not overfit. Learn too much from the data, including noises and so on. So another thing is you have to engage stakeholders to do piloting. That is the key things, because everything the model is going to do is, they are going to verify it, to validate everything. Most important things to make sure that the model is not performing what it has from the data, and of course it has to perform the actual things from the real world problems. That's why it's very important aspect. It should be taken consideration, and of course we are making sure that we are not going to deploy any AI tools before engaging the stakeholders to make sure they validate the tools, to make sure it is doing what is intended to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Karibu for the next question.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Godfrey Gosbert, a cybersecurity expert and an AI expert. I have 3 questions to ask. The first one is, how are you dealing with privacy? Because you are talking about the sensitive sector of wealth. So how your projects or models handle privacy of people's data? On your second project, I want to know, how are you dealing with false positives so that you can train AI models to perform, but you can outperform or perform poorly by any means? So how are you dealing to determine that these are the false positives, so that it can be critical to patients? And the last question is all about how are you doing localization on your projects? Since I've tried to concentrate on your presentations, you mentioned about APIs. So still not your models are not more local. So I want to know how you localize your model. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all 3 questions go to Salim.
Yeah, the first question I understand, but the last 2 I did not understand. For the first questions, when we collect the data, we anonymize it. We don't take the people's names. That's what we do. So even if we develop the models, those things are not shown. So we anonymize it, those data, so the personal information is not shown in the model when we collect the data. Yeah. The second one, please, can you, I didn't get it. Yeah.
I think there was a question around localization. Dr. Mohammed, if you have
I think it's talking about the positive.
False positives, yes.
Positive and the false negative rates. I'm not sure about,
You say false positive, false negative?
He is asking, how are we dealing with and making sure that we are not getting false positives in the results?
Errors. How do we do errors? We don't create the errors.
What I can say, there is metrics that are used, performance metrics that are used to make sure that the model is not based on one side of the, either false positive or false, what I can say is, the rate of positive predictions and the rate of negative predictions. Yeah, in the model, it means it relies solely on the one side of the predictions. So we have those metrics that are used to measure, to balance between the prediction, false positive, positive and the negative rate. And I think I can just respond also on the third question, but I'm not sure, I don't hear it well. It's talking about the API, something like that, or how we develop our tools. Yeah, the way we developed our solutions from the labs is first, it's not coming from our own ideas. Yeah, the first thing that we have to to have our meetings with the stakeholders, and then we just take some use cases from them to see what's the problem they have, how we can solve that kind of problems, and from there is where we can just sit down and see if those problems is worthy solving them. Because if there is exist of data sets, data and some kind of expertise, or if there is available infrastructure that we can just see solve that, develop a solution for that problems. And from there, we go back for validation from the stakeholders if they just agree on what we have concluded from our discussions. And after that's where we start the implementation. And of course, in our labs, we have the framework that we are using, starting from the invention, ideations, from the invention, ideation, designing, implementation, development, and also deployment. All these stages, we have to include, every stakeholders in all of those stages. So this framework is the one that is guiding us on how we develop our solutions from the ideation up to the deployments.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Mohammed and Dr. Salim. So I think maybe we can stand here, and I would request we all appreciate Dr. Salim and Dr. Mohammed for sharing that with us. And I know we are moving to lunchtime, so you'll have enough more time to catch up with them and ask your questions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Asante sana.
Please, a round of applause. A photo for the panel, please. Photographers in the house. Thank you very much for the wonderful cases, and I wish to applaud you for also making sure you consent to data protection for all the individuals that the cases are involved, and for also making sure you comply with personal data protection laws and regulation. Dear participant, now is lunchtime. We are behind by 1 hour exactly. So I think we can do the lunch in maximum of 45 minutes. So we have arranged such a way that we have 2 managers who will come to your table and invite you for a lunch. We have 2 buffets on the other side there, and all the delicacies are on this side, so you end up in this side. So please wait on your table to be asked to join the queue, so we may take a shorter time than all of us rushing to the buffets. Enjoy your lunch. We begin again after lunch at 20 minutes to 3. And we still have a long session, so please make sure your lunch is taken quickly. The managers, please, Dada Dorcas, make sure now the 35 minutes are taken care of. Karibuni sana for lunch. Bon appetit, enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much. For those who wish, they can clap for me. I'll appreciate.
has so I learned English in just 1 month. You can do it too.
Let's start practicing English. What is your name?
My name is Carlos.
How old are you?
I have 22.
Did you mean this? I'm 22.
Oh yeah, right. I'm 22.
Carlos, where are you from?
I am Spain.
Carlos, nice try, but you should say I'm from Spain.
I'm sorry. I make mistakes. I am from Spain.
No problem at all. We will improve your English by talking together every day.
Download Learna and start speaking today.
GoDaddy has an SSL option to meet your needs, whether you do it yourself or we manage it for you. With GoDaddy SSL certificates, you get the help and support you need to build your online business.
kabisa. Kwa magazeti yetu ni njia rahisi kabisa kwa sababu
fursa hazisubiri. Anzia ulipo na kile ulicho nacho. Soko lako halipo mtaani kwako tu, lipo dunia nzima. Ukianzia ulipo, kujifunza hakuna ukomo. Jizolee ujuzi mpya na uanze safari yako ya kidijitali sasa. Uwanja ni wako. Anzia ulipo, utikise nyavu za kimataifa. Badilisha mazoea, anzisha mifumo mipya, ulilishe taifa. Jukwaa la kufanikisha ndoto zako lipo kwenye kiganja chako. Upewe nini kingine? Anzia ulipo na Yas. Tumia huduma, bidhaa na mtandao wetu bora popote ulipo ili ukamilishe malengo yako. Jiunge na Yas leo, uanze safari yako ya mafanikio.
Hello. Thank you, control room. Thank you. Please, will it be starting in the next 2 minutes? I request all to be seated. I hope the catering people will have cleared your tables. Please be reminded, we have teas and coffees at all time. You just need to visit the stalls outside, and it's self-service. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the next session, which will be moderated by Dr. Emmanuel Mungongo, who is the Senior Principal Economist, Bank of Tanzania. With him, we have 4 panelists, which I would like to call them Kranz Mwantepe, the Group CEO, Concept. Grayson Julius, co-founder, IPF Software. Samuel Magesa, Chief Data Officer, NBC Bank. And Evelyn Mrema, please join me at the coaches, please. Grants Mwantepe will talk on AI and the African enterprise, unlocking small growth in emerging markets. Grayson will speak on how artificial intelligence agents power the next generation of fintechs in Africa. And Samuel Magesa will be taking us through the linking standard framework and artificial intelligence, a pathway towards AI democratization. And last, from declaration to action, governing AI through emerging policy framework by Evelyn Mrema. May I now invite the moderator, Dr. Emmanuel Mungongo, to take the floor. Karibu sana daktari.
Good afternoon, delegates. I'm delighted to welcome the first presenter, Kranz Mwantepe, who is going to give us highlights on AI and the African enterprise, unlocking smart growth in emerging markets. Grants, you have 7 minutes to give an overview of your presentation. Karib.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Kranz Mwantepe. I'm the group CEO for Concept. So Concept basically is a PR and marketing agency, but now we have also, yes. Okay. Hello? Yes, as I was just introduced, my company, Concept, the PR and marketing agency. We've been in this business for 15 years now, but now we've just expanded to other portfolios. Now as a Concept group, we have invested in the real estate, security, technology, that's artificial intelligence come in, and also we are now in the automation and car dealership. So we've been in this business for quite some times, and we just see that our technology is just evolving, and also this new technology and this artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and so many things which are evolving. So my topic here today was just for the artificial intelligence and the African enterprise, how to unlock the smart growth in emerging markets. So you can see the Africa artificial intelligence opportunity is here, and it is transformative. With over 1.4 billion people, rapid mobile adaptation, and growing tech ecosystem, Africa represents the world's most promising frontier of the artificial intelligence driving enterprise growth. So we can see today we will explore how African entrepreneurs can harness or they can leverage this artificial intelligence and the new technology and how to just compete. Not just to compete, but to be the global, to lead the global economy. So this is the insight for the Africa artificial intelligence landscape. You can see the market rate chart. So you can see this is the 400 billion USD dollars. This is a digital economy. This is a projection for the Africa digital economy by 2030. And also you can see 70% mobile penetration rates across the continent. As you can see also for the recent report from TCRA, you can see there is a great mobile penetration across Tanzania, and also the global penetration across Africa is 70%. And also 1.4 billion who are the people driving this innovation and growth. And you can see in the last 6, this is the strategic implementation. This, I just put this like a foundation, capabilities within organizations, and also partner with the global tech, providers. So, as one of my initiatives in my company, Concept Group, we've been also partnering with the different stakeholders to create this digital retros campaign for most of the youngest generation, and also this population who are migrated from the internet. And also, too, we must pilot and scale. For this, we want also to launch investments and also to develop India's AI solution for African challenges or technologies. So we can also establish our own artificial intelligence softwares, and also to see how we can tackle the global market, because the market of this okay, you can see. Okay. So in the first 3, in the market leadership, we must export the AI solution. The first 3 in the market leadership, we must export the AI solution, as I said, and also we must build research and deepen development center, and also we must foster innovation to innovation ecosystem in startup communities. As you can see in this Tanzania ecosystem or entrepreneurship ecosystem, many of these startup companies, they are now also engaged in different artificial intelligence solution. In my company also, I have like 9 products in artificial intelligence. The first one, on which we help the content creators, or these bloggers and social media content creators, to monitor their content through AI. So through AI, they can monitor their content through partner with the different media buyers or these advertisers. So our platform is just to connect advertiser and the publishers on how they can monitor their content. And through that, the advertiser, he can see the optimization of their content through their different platforms. And also, so this is one of the African success stories. Like you know M-Pesa in the financial or fintech AI. So M-Pesa was started in Kenya with the first mobile money platform. Now M-Pesa now is using artificial intelligence for the fraud detections and credit scoring. As you know, now we have a CRB. So there's so many digital loans on M-Pesa. So it saved more than 50 million across Africa, because now they've started in Kenya, now in Tanzania, now it's also I've seen they're operating in Ethiopia and in many countries. And now most of these big tech companies like Facebook or Meta, they are now integrated their services for this mobile money. So you can see this fintech solution through AI also include this financial. Agriculture innovations, you can see one of the Nigerian farmers, they use AI driven apps for the crop disease detections, for yield optimization, and also to increase their productivity by 30%. And also we've seen also some of the case study from UDOM as my previous speakers. So we can use health AI-powered diagnostic tools like in Rwanda and Ghana. They improve health outcomes in remote areas through this telemedicine. And also in South Africa, they're using AI solution because, as you know, South Africa has many languages. So breaking down these communication barriers, South Africa, they have now using this artificial intelligence for their communication barriers. So why artificial intelligence is crucial for Africa? We must explore the potential benefit for artificial intelligence adoptions. So artificial intelligence has the potential to transform the economies across Africa, to enhance the efficiency and innovation in various sectors. As you can see in education, in health sector, in media now, also in the technology, in financial technology, and also by leveraging this technology, countries can address critical challenges such as poverty, healthcare, and education. Now you can see so many edtech companies now in Tanzania, they're using artificial intelligence to see. As in the last week, I got the news that now China, they are using 80% of the artificial intelligence in their schools, from nursery school up to university. So you can see this how we can transform this education sector. But for Africa, we can localize our content and localize our objectives. So this is the African landscape. We want also to explore the current trends and future opportunities. The African artificial intelligence landscape is evolving with the significant investment in innovation, driving growth. Countries across the countries are embracing artificial intelligence to enhance efficiency, to boost productivity, and also to address local challenges. As you can see in South Africa, they're using artificial intelligence for their communication barriers. So this is the path forward. For the Africa artificial intelligence future, we must start today, even yesterday. So the first thing, we must invest. Invest in the digital literacy, invest in the infrastructure, and invest in these artificial intelligence ideas. We must also invest in this. Now, see, most of these venture capitalists, they are coming into Africa because they see there's the great potential for the Africa digital economy in the next 3 to 5 years. So even here, you must invest in this new technology. Like now, in your company, we are now finalizing for the launch of the digital banking. It's called TAS. So this digital banking, it will cut the cost of the exchange of the transfer fees and also the maintenance fees of the account. So we see the problem, and we want also to tackle this problem by using this artificial intelligence program. So this digital banking, we're just finalizing, and if our regulator will allow us, we can launch effectively on October. So this will be the biggest fintech company in Tanzania by Concept Group. So we must collaborate. You can see most of this startup company, this is new technology, they want also to collaborate with different partners. Like in my company, we've been collaborating with the biggest AI technology or the digital software from Brazil to launch this digital banking. So we cannot do all things by ourselves because we want also to collaborate with the biggest or the future generation. And the last thing in this artificial intelligence, we must innovate. We must create so many innovation to see how we can tackle this artificial intelligence. Yes. So this is the artificial intelligence landscape. You can see the Kenyan Pesa, as I said. So now they're just processing billions of money daily, and also they use artificial intelligence for fraud detection, and also a matatu driver or a boda in Nairobi can receive payments, can get microloans, can buy insurance through artificial intelligence. This is Kenya, but also in Tanzania, you can see most of this mobile money now, they have these digital loans. So without collateral, we get the loans, and also we must also credit to see how we can improve the credit. And also, we have this Nigeria fintech boom, like Flutterwave and Paystack. They use machine learning. So for this machine learning, they process over 200 billion USD dollars in transaction per month. Like in Lagos market, as you see, you know, Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. So a Lagos market trader can accept payments from London, a customer in real time. So in London, the one can send money in real time. In Lagos, a market trader can receive in real time. Also, Ghana Cocoa Innovation, the Farm Plus use satellite imagery or Internet of Things sensors to help cocoa farmers increase their use by 40% from WhatsApp message with AI-generated advices. And also in Rwanda healthcare artificial intelligence, one of the company called Babylon have chatbots serve as a real communities where doctors are scarce. So a farmer in Kigali can describe symptoms via SMS and receive preliminary diagnosis within minutes. So how about Tanzania? So this is one of some scenario on how Tanzania can use this new technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Internet of Things. So from the restaurant, one of the example, artificial intelligence menu optimization. So he can predict the daily demand, he can reduce the food waste by 40%, and also for Internet of Things kitchen monitoring, like Smart Move. In your company, we have a product called Smart Living. Our vision is to transform Tanzania how they can live, from smart gates up to smart beds, because I think they can afford, because now we have a penetration for internet, and also the internet is affordable for everyone. So you can have smart living. You can have smart living in every part of your life. For blockchain supply chain, verify organic vegetable, and also investment. So for this restaurant owner, he can invest only 500 or up to 2,000 USD dollar as a startup for the 6-month return on investment. So he can also get all the benefits I've been said. And also for Arusha Coffee, so this is just a scenario for my side. So you can also, if you are a business owner, you can implement this, and you can see that in this in the 6 months. So for Arusha Coffee Farm Cooperative, for artificial weather predictions, for 7 days, precision forecast via SMS. For artificial intelligence sensor, you can reduce water usage by 30%. Or for blockchain certification, 15 to 20% price premise, and also implementation, just invest $1,000 for scale based on the result. So we have Mwanza fish processing, we have Doroba solar panel installer, so you can see how this artificial intelligence can be used in different sectors. So, as I said, for this implementation roadmap for Tanzania SMEs, you can just invest almost 200 to up $1,000 USD dollars for the basic AI tools, for the customer services, WhatsApp Business API, and AI chatbots, and also simple Internet of Things like smart POS system, basic inventory tracking system, and also for the digital identity. And also for this, we can integrate for just month 4 to month 8 for the customer AI solution, advanced Internet of Things, and also smart contracts. So these smart contracts are in blockchains. So for automated payment system, for the supply chain verification, and also you can also innovate for the proprietary, like develop a unique algorithm for the competitive advantage, and also how you can connect suppliers with the customer through shared data processes. And the last thing you can do is for the create industry-specific cooperative platforms. So when I just want to finish, you can see so now I'm the student of Masters of Business, MBA in Artificial Intelligence, and you can see one of the key topic in my study was this generative AI. So through Microsoft Azure OpenAI, you can see what generative makes a difference. So unlike traditional AI that recognizes patterns, you can create new content or text That's the best AI we've been seeing. But now, for the customer generative AI, we have multilingual support, like GPT-4. Now, in the next month, the OpenAI, they launch GPT-5. You can see some of the biggest changes in the ChatGPT. So for the GPT models, you can train in Swahili. You can see the Swahili in ChatGPT is different from Gemini or Cloud AI. So in machine language for the generative AI for OpenAI is very different because they're using so many patterns to see how they can train these models. Also, we have cultural context that AI that understood Ubuntu philosophy, Islamic banking principles. So now in the banking sector also they're using this different generative AI for their services. And also 24/7 availability. So SME, they can also enterprise the level without enterprise costs. So in the last, so we can see some of the challenges. So in Tanzania tourism SME, so the challenge was to create a compelling content with the international visitors in the multiple language in Arusha like. So the solution, he can use the Azure OpenAI to generate the personalized interface that categorize guidance and marketing content. So the result in the 6 months as a return on investment, he can just increase 400% increase in the international bookings, and also for the content creation cost by reduced by 80%. So now in the digital agents, we don't have to have a big team. Like you have a copywriter, you have a digital strategy, you have like a community manager. So by one person who using AI, he can do all the tasks. So we can reduce all the operation costs by 80%. So you can see other examples from Kenyan Agricultural Cooperative and Nigeria FinTech startup. Next slide. Next slide. Huh? Okay. So what was the call of action? So the time is now. As I said, we must align and implement artificial intelligence like yesterday, not now. So for Tanzania startup, we must begin with the Microsoft Azure free tier, just investment for 200 only in free credits, and other, because now many of these AI or these new technology companies, they also have these free courses for their beginners. So we can also focus on local problems. So traffic optimization in Dar es Salaam, like one of the problems. Also, you can use the existing platforms. WhatsApp Business API. Now, through using WhatsApp Business API, you can also integrate with the artificial intelligence to increase your sales. And partner with the universities, like UDC, AI Labs, and also UDOM and other universities who are teaching this artificial intelligence. So we also join the accelerators like Boon Hub, Keynote Innovation Hub, and so many hubs. And the concept, we have our own concept digital hub. So this will focus for these new technologies. So for individuals, so this is for the Tanzania startup. But for the individuals, this week you can download the ChatGPT if you don't have any Microsoft Copilot, and also there is one AI tool called Monica. So Monica is just a tool which comprises all AI tools. So in one tool you can also have all the tools. So in 3 months you can build your first AI project. You can learn no-code platforms. So in 6 or to 12 months you can freelance AI services for the content creation and other things. So for SME owners, you can contact the local tech consultants for the AI. You can attend the Chambers Conference for AI workshop. You can pilot one technology. For the investors, so if you are an investor here, you must focus for the practical solutions. So don't invest for any solution with AI. Invest for the practical solutions. So like in agriculture, what the practical solution in agriculture? In the fintech innovation and other industry. Also, you must support the local talent, fund Tanzania entrepreneurs. You must also think long-term, 5 to 10 years investment. So we want to invest, don't think about 2 to 3 years. Think about 5 to 10 years. So So this is for university students. You can freelance. For techie savvy, you can do consultants. For the rural innovation, you can do like this mobile operator. So what is the immediate income opportunities for the AI chatbots? You can do social media automation or data entry. So okay, thank you so much. So this is the convergence for artificial intelligence, blockchains, and artificial Internet of Things. So you can see this is the overwhelming technology which are increase the 65% of the income through integrated these technologies. So you can see the evidence is overwhelming. Like Banyara, one farmer, he has increased the income for the 65% after aligning or using this AI technology. So the question isn't whether this technology will shape our economy. It is whether you lead or follow that transformation. So in Africa, we don't just adapt technology, we adapt it, we improve it, and create solutions the world needs. So Tanzania is ready to lead this revolution. And also, so this is my contact. I'm the group CEO for Concept. And also I'm studying this machine learning and artificial intelligence for in the University of Texas by Austin. And also today was the day when one of the universities in London, they awarded me honorary degree in business. So I decided to come here for this presentation, and also I'll get my PhD in honors in business management in October. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my grants, for giving us an overview or a glimpse of opportunities which are available for various enterprises in this emerging field of AI. Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to invite the second speaker. Reserve your questions. We have time to raise our questions after all four speakers have presented their ideas. We have got Grayson, co-founder of IPF Softwares. He's going to give us a presentation on how AI agents power the next generation of fintechs in Africa. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. I know you just had lunch and digestion is taking place, and we are here. We want you to listen. Can you raise your hands up and call the rain? You know, like if you studied in Africa, you know about calling the rain. Can you call the rain, please? Nice. Okay, awesome. As my presentation coming up, I just have a question for you all. How many of you here have a website? All right, quite few hands. Okay, so for those who have websites, what if I tell you in the near future, very near future, humans might not visit your websites again? Well, I was buying time for my presentation to come up, but I have to wait, I guess. All right, for the sake of time, I will proceed as it comes. My name is Grayson Julius. I'm a founding partner. I'm an entrepreneur, retired software engineer from IPF Softwares. I co-founded IPF Softwares 2013 while I was in college. And I'm here to talk about, I've been getting curious as time goes about agentic AI and AI agents, the way they're powering the financial sector and financial space as we are getting along. Now, the question I asked earlier about human might not visit your website again struck me when I received a text from one of the lead that contacted us, and they needed a platform to be built for them. And eventually I asked them, like after a long conversation, like, how did you learn about our company? And the fellow said it was thanks to ChatGPT recommended your company. And so you see where we are going, Cecilia, all right? So where we are going is next is going to be more of AI agent being able to access ChatGPT and everything. So IPF Softwares, as it shows in the slide, our focus is in building enterprise application and AI application, a local-based company, and we've been able to disrupt some of the key sectors alongside some featured organizations there. A disclaimer, what I'm going to share here are not facts, they are opinions and experience-based from my team. So the question I asked here, I shared about the article on this a while back. This was 22 days ago today about human might never visit your website again. And some people commented and engaged, like thinking it is very futuristic, and maybe it's, like it's not a thing. But when I was blogging about that, I was actually referring to this conversation I had with a client and a lead. And this lead did not come from, the usual Google. So ideally, what's happening to Google.com right now, it's what's going to happen probably in the near future in the space of our platform and everything. So the question that we need to ask ourselves is, are we ready? Are our platform and infrastructures ready for that transformation? So 11 days later, this ChatGPT, this was 17th of July, ChatGPT released their AI agent. So, the regular AI agent that you have on your on your ChatGPT, the one that you ask questions and everything, that is just an assistant that, based on the information that's been trained over, and they'll respond on that. Now, ChatGPT launched this, and I have a very small demo to show. I wish Mr. Magila was there to show the video. But anyway, so the point is the chat runs through, the way the AI agent works is, if anyone have not gone through it, is you can ask for, let's say, you need to order pizza in Dar es Salaam. What ChatGPT will do, it will fetch online, look for pizza shops and anywhere that is hosting, and then gives you results. Or even if you've placed, some key information, it will as well be able to place an order on behalf of you. Now, that is a key difference between an AI agent and regular traditional ChatGPT and traditional AI model we have seen. Now, the question and the challenge to everyone is, do we have the infrastructure to be able to support this? Do we have our platforms and, like the website, the e-commerce platforms we have, are they ready to be able to accommodate this agentic AI that we are going into? And this is really not futuristic. Okay, so the demo will come up in a couple of minutes. I'll proceed anyway, all right? So why am I talking about fintech sector? Because one, I believe the fintech sector and the financial sector, it is well positioned to be really transformed, probably, this is my opinion, compared to any other sector. And the reasons why. One is we're almost halfway there with the financial sector. There are many initiatives, and we have seen it with mobile money, the way we have been able to transform and leapfrog the normal development with mobile money transaction and everything between. But there are key initiatives that are done in our country, talking about tips, the way we are able to transact from one bank to another, one mobile money to another. That transformation is huge by itself. But lately, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, the Bank of Tanzania, BOT, launched this key initiative. It's known as Real-Time Supervisor Information System. which complied every financial institution in the country to be able to send real-time data to the central bank. Now, it just might be seen about data and sending information to the central bank. But what happened really to these financial institutions, they were really forced and pushed to digitally transform their processes. And I'm talking about a bank or a financial institution which had their assets recorded on spreadsheet, or their important data recorded on spreadsheet, and like this transformation, that this compliance supervisory information system pushed the boundaries for the banks and financial sectors to be able to adapt quickly into digital transformation. So that's why I have so much hopes, and I believe if there is any sector that is well positioned to jump and leapfrog into the agentic AI, it is financial sector. Now, according to Gartner, about 33% of enterprise applications by 2028, there will be agentic AI agent powered, and less than 1% in 2024, enabling about 15% day-to-day work decision makers to autonomously be done by AI agents. Now, the challenge that we have in our landscape is legacy systems, from core banking to other platforms that are existing. They are built in either the technology stack that are still very much behind. There's a huge technical debt accumulated in the platform that we have, and might be a huge challenge to be able to upgrade into that level. Another thing is manual process. Yes, the financial sector is digitized, and at least now we can be able to order pizza and lunch online, but they still require human intervention to be able to trigger key actions to be able to get somewhere. Disconnected services. Again, the financial sector is well connected. I mean, like with being able to send money from one bank to another, or from a bank to an MNO, and within a second, that transaction to be done is super connected. However, there are still some disjunction and some area that they still require a human intervention. Yet, there is a great opportunity on AI agents. So let's look at the shift from, like the normal charts and flow, and look at the agent that will be able to make decision on our behalf. So we are going to explore some use cases, and the former speaker actually explored a lot of them. So I'm going to touch base into some really local, grounded solutions that are actually happening now, and they're not even futuristic. All right, so talking about chat commerce. Well, there are two platforms that I like most here, and these are built here in the country, Gala and Chatsoko. Now, these are chat commerce platforms that are existing right now, and they are empowering SMEs and local vendors to be able to sell and manage their inventories through WhatsApp. So no platform, nothing. And, we're coming from the opportunity of the super apps. I skipped this slide. So we have been bombarded with applications now and then, all right? I shared this a while back, about 2 months ago. Can AI agent rescue super apps? So we have seen it from CRDB, from M-Pesa, from Airtel, from NMB, from Tigo, everyone, every MNO, every bank trying to launch super apps. But these super apps, are they really that smart, or they're just being bombarded with these features? How often do you go to those mini apps to be able to access? What if these applications, they get smarter as I speak? Please, someone, I am not Krantz, I'm Grayson. So someone from control room, please change that. All right. So how can these AI agents being able to power up this super app that we are seeing today? All right. Imagine I receive my salary on 25th, and every day of a month, every 26th of a month, I do a transaction to pay my bills. I will access Dawasco, I will access Luku, I will access, UTT and things like that to be able to do my savings and to pay my bills. What if the super apps become smart enough with AI agents and enable them to predict that every 26th of the month, I am doing these transactions. And instead of me starting to think, where do I access this mini app, then the super app promptly helps me to navigate through those services swiftly because they have learned my pattern and they learn my behavior. This is not futuristic. This can be done now. It can be implemented now. I spoke about chat commerce, but I saw Rebu, a fellow entrepreneur in here. I'm not sure if he's still here. But Rebu and his colleague, they are building a very wonderful credit scoring platform to power these MNOs and financial sectors to be able to, it's called Manka, by the way. And right now, it's been rolled out on Cellcom. They've integrated with Dawam Kononi and Liner Finance, and they think more and more to come. Now, what you see here is they enable you to be able to get these microloans through credit scoring. And I really like this feature here that Cellcom came up with, is within this application, beside what I have as my data, they allow me to export data from other applications and solutions that I'm using and being able to upload it here and do analysis and say how much I can be able to access loan based on my previous data. Now, this is actual integration and where we are heading with AI. Another thing, this is very interesting. We built this at IPF Softwares. We partnered with NMB and Metro Assurance. We built an AI agent that automates insurance. Now, this is done on WhatsApp again, not on the super apps, on WhatsApp. It enables people to be able to file claim, to be able to do underwriting within WhatsApp. From integration with, they can be able to upload their certification, their IDs and everything, integrated with OCR to be able to capture the data, as well integrated with core bank assurance platform and other application integrated with TIRA to check the verification and everything in between. So such platforms, that's where we are heading, and that's where we're talking about the future of AI. So I will not touch base much on what's going on in this space, but it didn't go without noticing. One platform in Sweden have helped a bank to facilitate over 65 chats to help and solve queries and issues over a day. Now, imagine if you have that kind of power in your platform. And, other use cases like fraud detection and things like that. All right? So, preparation for AI integration. So, I'll go quickly because my colleague, a previous speaker, had covered most of this. So, AI agents are powered to only if they are sitting on the right environment and they are supported well. You can't deploy intelligence on top of distraction. It's difficult on the platform that have accumulated a huge technical debt. So if you're an organization, you need to know AI agent is not just a feature that you sprinkle on top of your software. You need to look at the entire ecosystem of your application, how they talk or how they communicate. So I'll go quickly through these 5 things that will help you and your organization to be able to quickly adapt, or at least at the country level, to be able to get through that. One is infrastructure. So infrastructure, systems must speak to one another, all right, in real time, not in silos. And, well, kudos here to the government of Tanzania. With GovESB, the launch of GovESB, I believe is going to bring out so much integration with the data layers and everything that we have in between. Regulations, so policies and AI, I'll leave this to ICT Commission. They do so well in this one, and I believe they are leading us well into the policy and getting that policy ready for AI. Inclusion, so we need to meet where the users are. We're being inspired by the Western solutions and everything in between. That's what happened to the super apps. But as we are building our solutions now, we need to think of where are we meeting our users, all right? Our users are hugely still dependent on, like no access to internet using USSD. Our users are so much relied on WhatsApp for their communication. If we can be able to build solutions on top of that, where they are at, I think we are up for a huge win into that. Again, about talents. And honestly, I am from software engineering background. In our company, we have about 40 software engineers hosted in-house, and all local talent studied in the universities that we all have seen in the country. So here to say is the local talent exists. They just need to be empowered, supported, and be trusted. Now, I'll give you a very simple scenario, all right? One big client had outsourced the chatbot development to I'm not going to mention the country, but some country which have so many people in that country, okay? Now, they build a chatbot, but they then stuck integrating it with WhatsApp. For about 2 to 3 weeks, they were stuck into integrating it, and they were challenged, all right? Then, because we previously launched the AI insurance bot, we got engaged like, guys, how did you do this? How did you do this? You know what? They got us consulted. They recorded a video of where they are blocked and they were the challenge. And this is not a local company. What I'm trying to say here is the company outsourced that development to offshore. And then they brought us in to fix the solution. Do you know what we did? We watched the video and like, you know what? Here is where they are doing a mistake. Here, okay? I asked, how long have you guys having this problem? It's like, 3 weeks. Okay, no problem. So, yes, we can fix the problem. Are you sure? Yes, we can fix it. Okay. How long will you take? No, we need to, to know how much you're going to pay us. We charged $1,000, and then with 30 minutes, we were able to fix that problem. Why? Because of the experience we have had over time. This is to say that we have local talent enough here to build solutions. We just need to trust them. We need to give them capability, and trust me, they are going to be done. Trust and ethics, we believe software engineers are the guardians of this. However, everyone has a part to play in this. Final words into this as I'm closing out. It's not just about tech trends. This is about how we build trust, deliver access, scale with relevance, speed to customer needs. We don't need to reinvent anything. We just need to reinvent what matters, because the future of finance service in Africa is not digital, it will be intelligent. So here to say, start now, scale fast, and most importantly, be agile. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grayson, for the insightful presentation. And I ask delegates to keep your questions for the next presentation, which will be delivered by Samuel Magesa. Is he already? If Samuel is not around yet, I invite Evelyn Mrema, who will deliver a presentation on titled From Declaration to Action, Governing AI Through Emerging Policy Frameworks. Welcome, Evelyn.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evelyn Mrema. I'm a lawyer and policy analyst, currently with the Tanzania AI community. And for our case study today, we're going to be looking at the topic that says From Declaration to Action, Governing AI Through Policy Frameworks. Okay. Global lessons and local adaptation. Currently, there's so many countries around the world that have already started that have already started years ahead of Africa to develop different frameworks, different legislations to govern the integration and adaptation of artificial intelligence throughout different sectors within the countries. For example, the European Union just passed a very comprehensive artificial intelligence law that covers every sector, that is mostly governed by how they can cater to the risks and enforce transparency and data rights through different sectors such as the health sectors and innovation startups and hubs. India, on the other hand, they've opted for a very light approach where they cater to affordability and digital inclusion, mostly in agriculture and public health, where their laws and systems mainly cater to how their health sectors can use AI to make it more affordable for their population at large. China has taken a centralized route. They have embedded AI oversight directly into its national security and censorship mechanisms, but also, apart from China, Japan has also started using AI to make automated decisions when it comes to cases and legal courts, which is also a large step in the right direction where regulation is concerned. The United States, however, they have a patchwork of sector-specific guidelines, but these are mostly fragmented and they're voluntary. Most of them are meant to cater to the high-risk sectors at the moment. They don't have a unified, I would say, approach to looking at regulation where artificial intelligence is concerned. So generally, this makes it really hard for innovators coming from Africa looking for opportunities in other countries where, as you can see, the way they approach regulation is different, is varied. So they might not be able to identify the correct way to set up their startups and innovations, or design to cater to the markers and indicators for sustainable and inclusive AI. Last year, in April, sorry for the typo, this year in April, Africa has released its declaration on AI, which was signed by different African countries in Kigali earlier this year. The declaration itself is aimed at prioritizing AI for development and emphasizing ethical and trustworthy adoption. The Africa Declaration on AI is a similar but also different progression from the Malebo Convention that aimed mostly at looking at the cybersecurity threats that come with the adoption of AI and how we can adopt it responsibly. So I think it is in the right direction that Africa decided to have a unified outlook or approach on how artificial intelligence programs and systems are used to increase economic development and also guide the development of strategies throughout different African countries that have that are signatories to that particular declaration. However, declarations do not implement themselves. They need to be ratified within the signatory countries so as to create localized policies that will be able to unify these guidelines with real ground experience and use in their particular countries and nations. Okay, how do we build responsible AI? Also keeping in mind that building responsible AI is influenced mostly by the policies and regulations that multiple stakeholders and the governments create. Firstly, the multi-stakeholder design will require governments, industries, academia, and civil societies to work together to ensure that ethical AI is put into practice by making sure that governments set legal boundaries industries innovate responsibly, academia provide research and foresight, and civil society reflects lived realities and community needs so as to ensure that the programs created using this technology is ethical and reduces the risks of harms to its users. Fairness, transparency, accountability, and privacy. Fairness ensures no one is unfairly advantaged or marginalized, and transparency in terms of how decisions are made must be clear and understandable. Accountability through established mechanisms to correct harms and error, and privacy and protection of personal data. These are the key pillars of ethical AI or responsible AI, making sure that the program and the technology used is fair. It's not promoting any historical biases or creating any new biases. For example, right now I think we're currently dealing with technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which is new, right? With the trend of AI keeps on advancing and growing. So the way we build our AI systems need to reflect the fact that fairness, transparency, accountability, and privacy is respected throughout the programming and approval of these technologies. Ethical principles must also be woven in public procurement and regulatory enforcement, where governments should require ethical standards in every AI system they adopt, and independent bodies must review, audit, and intervene with these systems whenever they violate human or people rights. These are some of the ethical checkpoints that we'll be looking at today. One of the key questions that developers and stakeholders should ask themselves is this program explainable to its users? Can users understand how the system derived at the decision that they made, how they selected the options that they have presented to them? Because without such transparency, users cannot trust the systems or these applications and technology that they use. Also, is the data inclusive? Are these data sets a representation of all people, especially the marginalized communities? Because biased data leads to biased decisions. Does it enforce or erase bias? AI, if not used or developed correctly, can perpetuate historical injustices, but it can also potentially cure historical biases and prevent any further development of such biases if it is regulated correctly. That's why it is very important to analyze these technologies before they are released to see what biases are embedded in them, whether intentionally or unintentionally, especially in Tanzania, where most of our data sets or data generally comes as a mix of external and internal data sets. If we're having data, for example, from Europe or the US, where there are certain biases that Tanzania data sets do not have, mixing these two together can create a concoction of a very new variable of bias, or just perpetuate the historical biases that are already here. If they have a preference for more men than women, Tanzania probably, their data set does not present that. If we mix it in, it will add that bias, regardless of whether our data sets had shown it or not. Lastly, who benefits and who decides? If decisions are made without community input, AI becomes a tool of exclusion. Ethics demands that shared authorship and not silent impact. So these AI technologies should be able to show a clear hierarchy of how it is able to decide the way it's deciding or give the options that it's giving. But also the regulatory commissions and bodies should be able to have not only a governmental standpoint, but also a communal standpoint of the actual users that are being actively affected by these technologies. Okay, in Tanzania, we recently had an assessment on our readiness landscape by UNESCO, which was conducted in collaboration of different stakeholders such as the Tanzania AI community, where it assessed how different sectors in Tanzania are ready to adopt artificial intelligence as a strategy to grow its economy and also develop different sectors. The National Digital AI Guidelines for AI in Education. The ministry recently released this one. It is a policy that guides the use of AI in the education center. Also, there are various national AI strategies and guidelines that are currently under review by the Ministry of Communication and ICT that are possibly going to be released in the coming months or a year. Also, there's the Digital Economy Strategic Framework. Most of us are aware of this one. It provides a foundation for inclusive tech and adaptation. There's also the AI policy frameworks for the health sector, which promotes ethical, transparent deployment of AI technology and tools. And in 2022, Tanzania had the enactment of the Personal Data Protection Act. All these policies that Tanzania has currently been initiating and enacting has laid a strong foundation for AI advancement and actively shaped the future of AI within Tanzania. However, there is still so much to be done. How can Tanzania strengthen regulation and governance through policy frameworks? For Tanzania to be able to move from just having declarations on paper to having actual action and policies created on the ground to cover the current situation and the current landscape, we should be able to first finalize and adopt a national AI strategy. Unlike Rwanda and Kenya, we don't have a unified strategy. All sectors are developing policies and guidelines individually, which makes it hard to harmonize them into one clear path. A national AI strategy would be able to solve that. And we're currently promoting that it should be able to create a safe space for AI development and inclusive and reflective of Tanzania's unique socio-technical aspirations, explicitly recognizing AI as a socio-technical system. Secondly, we should develop specific AI regulations, building right onto the Personal Data Protection Act. We should establish clear rules for AI ethics, accountability, and transparency, which includes requirements for algorithm impact assessments and human oversight, so that these regulations stand on incorporating Tanzanian cultural values and priorities within these technologies. Also, we should establish a clear AI liability regime. Tanzania must develop a legal framework to address the harms caused by AI systems, clarifying responsibilities and providing compensation mechanisms while fostering innovation in the same breath. This should address unique AI challenges like foreseeability and causation in complex algorithms, especially in algorithms that are used in the health sector, where you're constantly juggling personal data and also the need to execute these tools to achieve the expectations that it was created for. Also, implementation of sectoral AI guidelines. I think Tanzania currently is in the right track with this one, where we already have sectoral guidelines for education, health, but there should also be a build-up on those policies, and also other sectors such as tourism, financial services, modeling on existing AI policy frameworks, developed collaboratively with domain experts, AI specialists, ethics, and affected communities. Lastly, we should create robust data sharing frameworks where we facilitate secure and privacy-preserving data sharing between public and private entities, establishing standards for data quality and interoperability to fuel AI development, both nationally and internationally with partner governments. I think an assessment of current data protection frameworks against AI challenges is highly needed where Tanzania is concerned, because I think it will also show us the gaps that are currently missing in the drafts of the national AI policy that the government is currently finalizing on. So conclusively, I think where governance is concerned in Tanzania, we are heading in the right direction because we are embracing the use of AI, but also we are actively trying to create guidelines and strategies that will help us utilize and maximize on this particular technology, while also making sure that we're not highlighting or fast-tracking the spread of violent risks and biases that come with the use of these tools. So I think that concludes my presentation for now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, for presenting emerging policy issues, progress, and gaps. I think, given we've got limited time, I would like to open the floor for comments or questions, so that the three presenters can respond. We have got 6 minutes, so I'll ask you to be brief if you want to make a comment or a question on the first presenter who presented on emerging AI opportunities for enterprises. The second presenter presented on AI opportunities in terms of fintechs. And the last presenter presented policy issues around AI. So the floor is open. If you've got something to complement their presentation or a question in need of clarification. Secretary, if someone can help to pick the questions from the floor. Question, comment, to complement the issues raised. If you've got a comment or question, you can raise your hand and someone will bring the mic to you. I think our presenters were very clear on their subject matters. So let's give them a clap for their presentation. I welcome the coordinator. Oh, there is a question. So, someone to.
Hi. I have a question. How is it handled in reality? So it's about ethics, it is about explainability, but what does it mean for user? Let's say an example of Cellcom or something like this. I add my data and the score is 2 of 10. Can I ask Cellcom why my rating is so bad? Has Cellcom the possibility to say, this guy is 2 of 10 because of this? So what is the reality in something like this here? So I'm from Germany. I know in our system nothing like this will happen because we are too afraid of this.
Thank you. I'll ask our presenter on fintechs to respond on the questions of users' concern, please.
Thank you for the question. All right. Okay. So thank you for the question. So like the concern is there really.
You can come.
Great question, and thank you for the concern, really. I don't work at Celcom, but I understand your curiosity. And I believe the privacy and the data privacy and the algorithm, they will keep improving every now and then. It's not perfect yet, probably where we are at, but I believe with time, it keep improving. And one of the sectors that is highly regulated in our country as well, it is the financial sector. So I know the regulators are watching as well. So they provide guidance. However, they're catching up into the AI space. But I believe with proper guidance, we'll be able to safeguard the user data as well.
Yeah. Thank you. And to add to the response, Tanzania have got a financial consumer protection mechanism for financial sector, and I think the issue you raised will be taken up in reviewing our regulations as adoption of AI picks the momentum. The issue of AI solutions versus consumer protection will be factored in. Thank you very much. Additional comment or question? I've got someone, one hand over there.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. I've just commend the presenters for their insightful presentation, but I would wish to know, because it seems that we have various types of AIs. We have traditional one, we have generative, we have traditional. But what matters is the contribution of that AI to the economy, the productivity of the economy. So which is the best in terms of economic productivity? But again, we have various institutions which are operating globally, like UNESCO, OECD, EU. So which is really reflecting the best practice, which is really, trying to show the way globally that should we follow the UNESCO approach? Should we follow OECD? Should we follow EU? Because everyone is like trying to come up with the way forward, trying to guide. So which is the best? Should we really depend on institutions, or maybe we need to rely on AI itself? That maybe AI can come up with like a best guidance. Should we depend on AI only, or institutions? And which has the best impact in terms of productivity? Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, Dr. Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanga, for the tough question. I'd like to invite Evelyn, who covered the policy aspects of AI, to share her perspective.
I think that's a very tricky question on whether we should ask AI to govern itself. I think which one has the best practice, you cannot necessarily identify which one is the best because we're all trying to catch up with AI. However, most of these international organizations are relying on the OECD guidelines, where they have already trailblazed through the current necessities on these solutions. So UNESCO, different UN agencies, they're all building up to the OECD guidelines that they had released, and they evolve every day. However, should we rely on these international guidelines separately or specifically? No, because every country is different, and all the solutions are catering to nation-based problems. So if we are to create regulations and guidelines, it should be centered to a particular country to best regulate. If we have UN guidelines guiding Tanzania's AI landscape, I think we'd be doing the Tanzanian innovators and technology developers a huge injustice, or we'd be giving them a huge pass, rather, because there'll be things there that don't reflect our on-ground realities, which will give them loopholes to create unreflected biases. So I think these strategies need to be nation-based or state-based, rather.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I think we've run out of time. Thank you for everyone for participation, for comments, for presentation. And I'd like to invite the Secretariat to lead us to the next presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Another round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you very much. Well, now we still have 3 panels before we end the day, but I'll request the next panel, especially the moderator, to make sure we use our time very wise, so at least by 5:30 we are all out of this room. So may I, with all due respect, welcome the next moderator for the session, How is AI Shaping the Future of Work? Mr. Dennis Karugaba from the EU ICT for Development program. Please welcome, the floor is yours. So you may call your panelists. You have 30 minutes, please. I will be very happy if you can make sure that after the 30 minutes, we welcome the 2 remaining speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish I had an AI agent that I could use right now to bring everyone's energy up a little bit. I know we've had lunch, and I've had a great honor of trying to keep everyone active. So I'm gonna make this quick and short, given the time that I've been given. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to these important sessions in Youth in AI, where we explore together on how AI is reshaping the future of work. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, but right now. My name is Dennis Karugaba, and I serve as the Resident Training Advisor Assistant for the Digital for Tanzania project, a flagship government-to-government institute of cooperation funded by the European Union in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, and Dr. Mashaka and his team. Our aim, the Digital for Tanzania project, is to build local capacity in vital areas which we've all touched before here today: cybersecurity, personal data protection,
digital governance, and interoperability. These aren't just technical pillars, but they are at the very foundation upon which an inclusive, secure, and innovative digital economy can flourish, which we all want, I'm presuming. Which brings us to why we are gathered here today. AI is no longer the future, it is the present. But what we make of it, how we interact with it, how we shape it, and how it shapes us is still within our control. I know it's a chase, but we are still in control. This session aims at sparking a conversation among young people. We're going to see incredible ladies here in front of us, not just about how AI can do things for you, but how it not how it can work with you, but also not as a replacement, but as a collaborator. And in my role as a moderator, I'm excited to bring up the three incredible ladies in front of us today. May I call upon Rose Regasira, Millennium Anthony, and Ravina Remiguez. Please come to the front so we can have some fun. Welcome, ladies. I'm going to give each one of you a few minutes to introduce yourself, just a little bit more than I did, and say a few things of what you have done, and perhaps about the theme of the discussion today.
Hello, good evening. My name is Millennium Anthony. I am part of the ITU Generation Connect Youth Envoy. So me and my colleagues are also part of representative of youth to the International Telecommunication Union. But I'm also the founder of STEM Hire Network, which is a women-led initiative that aims to empower young girls and women in STEM through mentorship, networking sessions, and skill building. But apart from that, I'm also the coordinator for the Tanzania Youth IGF, which is a United Nations Secretariat IGF recognized initiative that aims to also empower youth with ICT and internet-related discussions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My good names are Ravina Remiguez. As my fellow introduced us, I'm also part of the Generation Connect initiative by the International Telecommunication Union, and we are youth representatives from Tanzania. But also professionally, I'm a digital solution and system specialist working at the Foundation for Civil Society. And this is a development facilitator where we work with civil society organizations to implement projects on civic space, sector sustainability, as well as livelihoods. And the organization recently contributed to the workforce that has been working hand to hand to produce the Swahili version of the Tanzania Development Vision 2050 that was just released mid this month by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Hassan Suluhu, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Good evening. Hi everyone. So my name is Rose Regasira, and I also serve the International Telecommunication Union as Youth Envoy. My background is in engineering and specifically in the energy sector. working mostly in energy, how we can adapt to digital technologies in energy sector. But also I've been working with our community from the last years, especially in the youth section, to upskill young people, especially in adapting emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. So we're going to have a discussion, a few questions in front of here, and then later on we're going to invite the crowd and see if we have any questions or comments. And I'm going to start with you, Rose, since you have the mic ready. There's been a bit of a stigma, especially in my generation and previous generation, in terms of using AI, that it feels like we're giving out too much information, and there's not much trust. I know we've talked a lot about bringing trust and faith into AI. And I wanted to ask, in the future of work, how can youth use AI as a partner to increase creativity and productivity without losing originality? So I'm talking about your voice and your value within an AI.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So first of all, we have to understand, speaking of AI, we have to think as this as a tool. And who has the majority of power is we human. So how can youth maintain this originality? The first thing we have to understand, as youth, especially Tanzanian youth, we have our unique experience. Different from the US, also have a unique experience. But also we have our culture, and that's why we have different perspectives. And speaking of artificial intelligence, when we come to use these tools, we understand the opportunities which are there to make sure our work becomes simpler, even faster. But at the end of the day, we are the one who feed this kind of content. And what can differentiate us and other people, or me and you, is now our unique experience. Take an example. We can go to a ChatGPT, and maybe we want to create a content. I will use content because most youth like to be online. But at the end of the day, we may have different outputs basing on who are we targeting at the end of the day? What do we want to communicate? What language do you want to use? Maybe I'm a Tanzanian, I want to use Swahili. But also, what are the shared value in our community when it comes to culture and the experience? So to maintain this originality, I think that's the unique thing as us as youth or as Tanzanians we have. And we can still use these technologies to speed our work, but also making sure we integrate with what we have adapted from generations, but also for the better good of the community and even the society at large.
That's fantastic. Do you have a comment? Oh, no. I'm going to go to you, Ravina. What do you think are the opportunities that AI creates for entrepreneurship in the new forms of employment? Because you've done work in using Michongo and My Doctor. If you could please do a little bit of a deep dive on that and speak of the new opportunities for entrepreneurship.
Okay. My position as a youth empowerment advocate, I believe in the power of youth, and I believe in the youth leadership, because youth have the ethnicity and the compassion to contribute to the digital space as well as the cyberspace. So when we come in the sense that what opportunities does AI create for us as youth and in entrepreneurship, we have seen several products that have been presented to you here today, products in telemedicine, products in predictive farming in the field of agriculture, and the products in credit scoring. All these are products of AI, products in fraud detection, and also in the most encouraging sector, the education sector, we have personal learning. So there are a lot of opportunities that are being utilized by our youth here in Tanzania, using artificial intelligence and building solutions that are really impacting the society. We have seen the solutions that have been integrated with WhatsApp, the Gala and Chat Soko, which are enabling entrepreneurs to run their businesses locally with super apps that are enabling them to run their business and building their income. Those are many of the opportunities. But when I come to my position as a founder for the Michongo, the one that you mentioned earlier, we are aiming on empowering youth. As we know, 70% of the Tanzanian population are youth. And these people are the early adopters of all the emerging technologies you see here, artificial intelligence, VR, and of the like. So if these youth are the early adopters of these technologies, there is need that they are informed on how to efficiently use the technology for the better sustainability of their societies or of the innovations that they are trying to build. And since AI is providing a platform for them to engage their creativity and uniqueness, they are getting a platform where they are able to press their innovations. So it's the role of the government or the policy makers to give them a chance to be contributing and be a part of the policy making that is driven around AI. Just as we saw, we have frameworks that are being built, the AI framework for Tanzania, which we might be given an opportunity to review and be a part of it and see how it is and probably review the draft. So if these positions are also given to youth, it's an opportunity for them to know that they are being recognized, but as well as contributing to innovations that are bringing ground or grassroots impact. And the most important thing is how do we remain adaptable and resilient? How do we remain adaptable and resilient in this age of artificial intelligence? We are talking about the future of work, not just for looking a job, but maintaining your position in the work that you are doing or in the workplace. How do you remain adaptable and resilient? We have a famous saying that AI is not going to replace you, but rather a person that is utilizing AI will replace you. This is a new technology that has come at a rampant exposure to each and everyone. So everyone is trying to get a hold of it and use it. There are people who use it well and those who misuse it. Then how do we govern all this, and how do we remain adaptable and resilient while maintaining our values and voices as youth, but also as Tanzanians? So that is something that we need to concentrate on, and also it's an opportunity for youth to keep on rising, because the voices are being heard, and as you can see here, we are a product that the government is listening to us. We are a product that they are listening to our voices, and they are giving us the opportunity to be here to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravina. I'm gonna go to you, Millennium. We've seen Director Mashaka, Dr. Mkunde, have spoken about how much the government has done, has invested. We've seen how our president is so supportive of the digital transformation. And there's a lot of work that's been done. There's a lot of in the pipeline that have been said already. So it feels to me that the onus is on you young people, and specifically the three of you, the three young ladies that you're sitting in front of me. You're a great example, and I would like to commend you. But I wanted to ask Millennium, how can youth be actively engaged in leveraging AI for economic and social transformation? If you can touch on that, please.
Hello? Okay. So the first thing, thank you very much first. Thank you so much. The first thing that I feel that youth can do to make sure that they effectively contribute to the economic development, but also the general development of the country, is first to be the solvers of the problems that are already existing in the country. So we have seen a lot of new tools that have been coming up lately, and some of the tools that may come may not really directly reflect our normal life or our social life here in Tanzania, for example. Now, I think one of the area that youth can actually utilize is making sure and thinking and innovating on ways how they can use AI to come up with new solutions that can help to solve existing problems that are currently existing in the country. For example, now we have seen, at least I can say this year, I've seen a lot of new solutions that are being built locally here by youth. And I think I've seen one young person here in the room who has built the Rafiki AI, which is now really growing in the country and is something that we can be proud of. So I think one of the biggest encouragement I can give to the youth is for us to be there at the forefront and innovate and try to find new solutions and how we can actually utilize AI to come with solutions that can help solve different problems in the society. But also I think from seeing how, maybe reflecting how myself I use AI, usually I use mostly also ChatGPT and all, but then I was thinking, how can I also at this point now ChatGPT is there, that I'm always tempted to go and use ChatGPT for even minor tasks. Like, how can I make sure that my brain actually is getting used in the work that I'm trying to get done? Yeah, so I think one of the things that I have learned and I've realized myself is the ability of us to learn or to be, what can I say? The good word, for us to be able to use our novelty. Like, we have to make sure that the fact that we are using AI, we have to use it for the tasks that are repetitive at least. We can't be using AI for everything. There are those kind of works that I usually have that I have to fill in some data and all that. At least for those minor tasks, I can use AI to simplify work. So one of the encouragement that I can give to youth is to make sure that even though all these existing AI tools are there and they're helping us in our day-to-day tasks, it's really important for us to make sure that we use it for the works that we know these are minor works, they're repetitive, and instead of spending so much work and so much time working on these issues, you can just do some major works. So we can use AI to simplify those minor tasks that we can save time and do more productive work. And I think one of the things to make sure that youth are engaged actively in the AI ecosystem, in development and contributing effectively to the country, is to make sure that all the stakeholders, the government, the private sectors, and all these institutions, they support and invest in youth. I feel like at this point, the youth are already ambitious enough, they're already ready enough, because we see they're always actively trying to use these tools to find new things that are existing. So I feel like now this should be a call to governments and partners to invest and train more youth, to build more hubs so that these youth can go in those hubs, they can innovate, they can come with new products. And then I think as a country, that is really going to be helpful. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Millennium. I want to go back to you, Rose. And I would really like for you to say something inspiring to your fellow youth. Those who are here and those who are watching in their households, on their devices, and those who probably watched a rerun of this. Which skills are critical? Let's say for a Tanzanian, a fellow youth like you, who has never used AI before, what are the skills that they must have or must attain to thrive in the AI-driven economy? But also, let's say they have no idea. They have the skills, but where are these trainings? Maybe where they can access sort of trainings they can upskill themselves to the level that you guys are.
Okay, thank you for the question. So First and foremost, I would like to congratulate because most of the initiatives which have been encouraging young people to upskill have been led by youth in our country. We see the work of Tanzania AI community. Last year there were a lot of workshops on generative AI, but also we have some tech communities which sometimes use their own money to train and upskill these young people. But the three important skills I always say in order to make sure as a country we move forward in terms of economic development, but also social development. The first one is human skills. So why I'm saying human skills? Of course, we are using technology. Every day we are using this technology to simplify our works. But if we don't have these human skills which involve problem-solving skills and critical thinking, it's very hard to reach a point whereby we are creating solutions or we are using these tools to solve our everyday challenges. So as our young people or anyone who wants to adopt to these technologies, the first thing you should think of is having problem-solving skills and critical thinking, because at some point, most of our activities will be automated, and they've already been automated so far. But if you cannot understand what kind of problem people are facing for you to use a tech tool, it's very hard at some point to achieve economic development. And another kind of skill which is very crucial now is digital literacy, to understand how you can use these tools in a right and correct way. So one of the most problem I always think is of course we are Tanzania, most people have smartphones, we have access to internet, but one critical question every one of us should ask ourselves, what do people do when they're online? Are they using this internet or tech tools to learn? Are they using to solve their unique problems, or they are using to bully other people? So having digital literacy and understanding what to do, how to do when you're online is very important as far as we want to push for social and economic development. And we can even see the difference on using these tools. People who know how to prompt better are the ones who are utilizing these tech tools. And we can see as far in every day when you scroll online, normally I love actually going online, and I see people have generated maybe images. These images maybe big companies are using maybe for their marketing of products. But sometimes I question myself, you are marketing to a Tanzanian audience, maybe your picture doesn't even resemble the unique maybe features when it comes to color, hair, maybe the environment of Tanzanian setup. So these are mostly pushed by us understanding maybe what to do and how to do and have these human skills. But the last and foremost is entrepreneurship so far. Because as much as we push for people having AI skills, data literacy, but if we don't have companies, entrepreneurs, private sectors who are implementing these technologies, where will these people work? And even if they are trained, where can they practice? And at the end of the day, for emerging tech skills, we don't want to push only for theoretical learning, but we want to see people doing so far. And entrepreneurship is where we're seeing new products. The previous speaker showcased some of the products. When you go to these companies, you see young people working in these products. They're using these emerging technology skills. So if we collectively rethink of how we are supporting young people to adopt these skills in terms of digital literacy, human skills, and also entrepreneurship, it means we'll be supporting young people in adopting to this technology. And by the way, we see a big effort from the government. For example, past few weeks, I saw Samia scholarship for people who want to pursue AI and data science, which is a very good initiative to skill young people to be able to become creators and innovators and not only consumers. But on another angle, we see ICT Commission is trying to push for hubs, which will be a bigger platform to access entrepreneurship when it comes to ICT, but also there will be launch of digital transformation center, people will be going and learning these skills. But at the end of the day, I think it's everyone's duties to push for human skills, because creativity and problem-solving skills, they are built and shaped from I always say from year one, because as parents, if you're a parent, how do you prepare your children to be creative and to be problem-solving people? As maybe you are an educator, how do you push that in your class? As an employer, how do you create an environment whereby your workers and even maybe people who are working for you to be able to have this human skills, because at the end of the day, to reap the return on investment and the benefits of emerging technologies, all these skills, they are playing a major factor in accelerating it. And for the young people who are trying to get into the technology space, I think they should not be afraid, because currently we are seeing efforts from the government pushing, supporting, but also development partners, NGOs, all they want to making sure these young people, they adopt to technology, either in reskilling, upskilling, and even skilling. So people should not be afraid to use technology, and they should treat technology as a partner and tools, and not only technology as only a complete solution. You might have your own knowledge and background, but with you and your knowledge plus technology, everything moves faster and even effective. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. I like that human skills, say critical thinking, entrepreneurship, problem solving, I'm imagining. And I feel like probably one of the most important is how the youth use their time wisely. What do you do online? You know, there are plenty of resources, plenty of courses that are free online. You can learn all kinds of things. So I appreciate that response. In our project, Digital for Tanzania, as I said earlier, it's a consortium of 3 EU member states led by Finland through its Finnish Institute of Public Management Limited, that is house, the Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport in Germany, backed by GIZ, and also Estonia through the Estonian Center of International Development, that's SDEV. Director Mashaka touched on how they were able to work with SDEV in building some of their systems. So I want to go to you, Ravina. We see there's collaboration between the Digital for Tanzania through the experts from Estonia and the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. They work together, they built a platform. I need you to touch on how AI is currently impacting the job market here in Tanzania, but also globally. You're not limited to work only here, but what's the impact?
Okay. For AI impacting the job market currently, just as a founder for the initiative where we are working to bridge the gap between existing employers and job seekers. Just as I mentioned before about the most of our population being covered by youth, and these youth have no access to opportunities that are viable to them. So in my initiative or in my startup, we are working to bridge the gap between job seekers and employers. What is the stand that is existing, or maybe the stumbling block that is existing between job seekers and employers? Employers are seeking talents, and job seekers are looking for jobs of their dream life. So how do employers get the necessary talents that they need rather than having to go through a stream, 100 CVs lacking the talent that they are looking for? So within our platform, which is the Michongo platform, we are employing AI or deploying AI technology, artificial intelligence, to do job matching or talent matching for people who have the necessary skills needed in the job market, and as well as so that the job seekers can benefit, but also the employers can benefit by gaining the talent that they are looking for. In the current age, we are looking at platforms like LinkedIn, which have a powerful AI matching capability, where I'm pretty sure for most of the LinkedIn users, you do get recommendations of job opportunities that are referring to your experience or to the profile that you have built on your How does this happen? It's by the power of the artificial intelligence. But how many of the job opportunities that you get recommended in a day suffice your locality or suffice your local talent or the Tanzanian landscape? You might get opportunities that are probably out of your country and not available to you right now. But if we use the AI for our local platforms and be able to match our existing talent pool of youth and with the existing opportunities that are within the private sector and the public sector, we can be able to employ more youth and more people will be taken from the unemployment status to employment status. And going further into what Rose spoke about, the building of skills. In my initiative, we were able to carry out two sessions. We call them the series of training. We were training our members. We have a community of around 3,000 youth who we share opportunities with each other, and some have already received opportunities and some are receiving guidance. So we did a series of training, and in the process, I realized that there are people who do not even know how to write a CV, and someone is has already even finished university. They are not able to reflect their experiences on a curriculum vitae. So we were training these people to create applications that attract the employers who are trying to employ them so that they do not get trashed. But we realized that most of these people do not know how to express what they have currently done or express it in the wrong way. So in our platform, we picked some of the crucial features that we could put to help them create simple curriculum vitae and with, of course, a guidance protocol, which can be able to guide them on creating from their profile to completion and be able to match their experiences with the current landscape or the job market requirements. So with conclusion on that, I can say that the opportunity to use AI is there as a collaborator more than a generator. You can use your ChatGPT or you can use Llama AI in WhatsApp to just create a simple cover letter or a simple CV, but you need to put your skills inside because AI does not give you the skills. It might give you the words to put on paper, but it doesn't give you the skills in your brain to do package whatever you already have to be presented more efficiently, but not building the foundation of your values or your voice. It has to come from within, the human skills, and then you put on, you add artificial intelligence on top, and it becomes. So I think I've answered your.
If you allow me, please, I'm gonna give you Millennium 1 minute to answer a quick question, and I'm gonna use the last minute to just wrap up, and perhaps we can take a group photo before we leave the stage. There's a fear that AI is going to replace people in their jobs. Not in here. The message here is different. But out there is a definite fear that people are going to be replaced in their jobs. Just use 1 minute to talk about using AI as a teammate at work. What skills should you bring to the table that AI cannot? Just 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll try to answer that quickly. But before I do that, I want every one of you to imagine now it's the future and you just got hired for your new role and you arrive there, you find a robot that has been also hired to work with you as a teammate. Now, but the twist here is assume that that robot is not brought there to replace the work that you will do, but it's brought as a support. So I think the question for me, when I heard this question, I mean, for me, one thing that came quickly in my mind is that the question is not how better we can be than AI, but the question is how can we prove ourselves that we are human in a world where machines are doing almost everything? So I think that would be a right question for me. And I think for me, one of the most two superpowers that I think, on my perspective, that are really important for us to consider is that humans, we are given two very important superpowers. And each one of us here has those superpowers. And the first one is called the conscious, and the second one is called the imagination. And from my perspective, AI does not have that. Now I'll start with the first one, the conscious. I mean, I think AI doesn't really have the ethic or a measure that it can say this is right or wrong. And I won't mention the company. In 2018, one big tech company had to drop down an AI hiring tool because they brought an AI hiring tool in the company and they wanted to hire people. But unfortunately, the tool ended up only taking males and discriminating female. And when they came to do that, they had to scrub the app because it was discriminative. And the reason was that the tool was trained by data that tech jobs and all that. So automatically, women were discriminated from the role. So one thing that I say again is that AI is not conscious enough. And for us as humans, we're given that conscious to ask. So even though we might go to an AI tool and ask for information, it's upon us now to ask further questions like why this, who does it impact, and what could be the possible consequences of me implementing this kind of a solution. And the second one is imagination. I think earlier we had a presentation where one of the presenters talked about the M-Pesa app, and that actually made me think that before all this, there's one person who actually sat down and realized, okay, we might need a way for us to send money to someone who is not near me and all that. And I think AI can actually not do that because it's us humans that we are powerful and we're able to come with new ideas, weird ideas, something that AI cannot do. So I think for me, the skills or the things that we can bring to the table are two things, the conscious and the imagination. Those are very important things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Millennium. So I'm just gonna quickly wrap up. I'm told we're completely out of time. So AI can assist you, but you remain the driver. The future of workspace will reward those who know how to collaborate with it. The youth who combine creativity, ethics, and digital fluence will lead the next wave of innovation. Please clap for the ladies. We can take a quick group photo, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. I can tell by the hands that we are very tired. At this juncture, I would like to request Dr. Mulamula to bear with me and allow me to postpone your last session just to manage time, as we have been here since morning and I wouldn't like to have our participants staying late here after 6. So allow me just to call the last session of the day, and this will be for 40 minutes. Wish to welcome, with all due respect, Professor Dr. Sarah Stevens on a topic, regulating artificial intelligence in Tanzania, progress, challenges, and opportunities. Please, Professor Dr. Sarah Stevens, the floor is yours. Karibu sana. A round of applause as she approached the podium. I promise you she's going to take time and they will be leaving here very soon. Thank you very much, Doctor, for doing that.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I have to be very energetic, seeing as I've got the last slot, and I've only got 40 minutes to speak to you all. So it is a real privilege to be here at the first Tanzanian AI Forum hosted by the ICT Commission. And I think you can probably tell from my British accent that I've come a long way to be here. So it really is a privilege to be here today. My name is Dr. Sarah Stevens. I'm a professor of law and technology and one of the directors of the Centre for Law and Technology at the University of Sussex in the UK. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon to moderate the topic on regulating artificial intelligence in Tanzania: progress, challenges, and opportunities. Now, this session brings together 4 leading academics from the University of Dar es Salaam, each of who is part of the research group on law, society, and technology. This group is doing serious, grounded work, developing regulatory insights, conducting legal research, and shaping how AI and emerging technologies can be responsibly governed in Tanzania. I also have the great privilege of working with them through our collaboration with the Centre for Law and Technology at the University of Sussex. And together we are researching to bridge the gap between academic thinking and real-world implementation. I was really encouraged to hear throughout the presentations today about the value of research and how important it is to the future of AI strategy. So let me not take up any more time as we welcome our learned professors to the floor. So first, I would like to welcome Dr. Protas and Dr. Cecilia, Dr. Kaitu, and Dr. Binamangu. So let's welcome them to the floor. I think we had hoped to move the chairs. Maybe we can. Just bear with us while we rearrange the furniture. Right. Well, welcome. Maybe I can walk with this mic. So, congratulations to the team on the growth of the research group. So, let me start with Dr. Protas. Please, could you tell us something about the research group and why do you exist and the type of work you're doing?
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, Professor Dr. Sarah Stevens. It's really a great honor to be in this panel. My name is Petro Protas, as I've already been introduced. I'm a chairperson and one of the principal investigators of the research group on law, society, and technology. And the very first question to me is about to introduce our research group. So our research group is one of the few research groups that are established within the University of Dar es Salaam, and ours is established within the Department of Private Law of the University of Dar es Salaam School of Law. So the research group itself has a number of multidisciplinary researchers, investigators, and trainers from different colleges of the University of Dar es Salaam and beyond. These are coming from law, they're coming from humanities, they're coming from sociology, they're coming from computer science, and so forth and so on. And of course, we are privileged as a research group on law, society, and technology to have international collaborations as we work closely with the University of Sussex, especially the Center on Law and Technology of the University of Sussex. Our research group generally has 4 major pillars, which are really very important to us. The very first pillar of our research group is research itself. So we are specialized in conducting research that are related to law, society, and technology. And again, the second pillar is about training. So we are conducting a number of training at the University of Dar es Salaam, targeting different actors, policymakers, startups, etc., etc. And of course, we have a third pillar, which is consultancy. So we're also doing consultancies. And the fourth pillar is dissemination and outreach. So this is, in brief, our research group and, of course, what we do. I know you asked a provocative question to me, why did we establish this group? Of course, the answers are clear. The government of Tanzania wants to ensure that it becomes one of the leading countries in technology and AI transformation. One can read from the recently DIRA 2050. We call it Tanzania Development Strategy 2050, where the country intends also to use digital transformation to drive and propel economy of the country. So these are among the reasons why we think academia cannot be behind, and the group has been established. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Protas. And it really resonates with what a lot we heard earlier today about the role of the need for research and for digital upskilling across youth in Tanzania. So the research group is really seeking to plug that gap. And so one of the topics we're here to talk about is around regulating artificial intelligence. And Dr. Protas, as a legal expert, I wondered if you could tell us some highlights and what you see as the progress concerning the regulation of AI in Tanzania.
Thank you again, Sarah. It appears I'm very lucky to continue answering the questions. So, with respect to progress that has been done in Tanzania, especially with regulations of artificial intelligence, one would know as lawyers, we always start by saying there are those which are called hard laws, and we have what is called soft laws. And one would want to know about the progress of these particular important instruments in the regulations of artificial intelligence in the country. So, before I mention those, we all know that laws are actually enacted based on what is in existence in the society. So the society most of times would inform how or why should a law be enacted in a particular place. So when you look at artificial intelligence itself, it is not a very new area, but it is an emerging area. And I'm saying it is not new with confidence because if you refer to literature, you'd realize that even in ancient time, attempts have been made to see how human beings would interact with machines. And the very first recorded attempt came in 400 BC, that is before Christian era, where we see human being trying to create a machine that would imitate a human being. It was called automaton. And you see the maturity of artificial intelligence come and kicks in around 1956 to present, where different modifications have been done. So, frankly speaking, one cannot say it is a new area, but one would say emerging area with a lot of developments taking place over time. So, because of this emerging area, countries have been racing in trying to provide regulations that would actually protect people and, of course, enhance the development of artificial intelligence, because striking balance between the two is really very important. And Tanzania is not an island. It has also accepted the challenge and put in place a number of hard laws and, of course, soft laws to regulate artificial intelligence. And I'll start with hard laws because I know people would say, okay, but there is no comprehensive legal framework. I totally agree with that suggestion. But ideally, we have a number of laws which take into account artificial intelligence as well. And to start with is the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania of 1977. When you look at the rights, for example, rights to privacy. And we have heard since morning to this time how privacy is really important. And how artificial intelligence is interfering with this important right, either to enhance or to the risk of those who are using this particular technology. It also talks about information, the right to information, which is also key when it comes to what we call artificial intelligence development in the country. And most of them all is actually the creation of the parliament. So the parliament is being created within the Constitution and given powers to enact laws, to ratify international conventions that Tanzania would enter, and therefore provides a room for the country to be flexible when it comes to advancement of new technologies and their regulations. So that is really key when it comes to the Constitution. But we do have other hard laws in the country, as it has already been mentioned, including the Data Protection Act, the Personal Data Protection Act of 2022, which is one of the most important legislation trying to regulate personal data. And we all know that at the heart of artificial intelligence is data. But at the same time, we want to see how data can be used lawfully. The other important legislation in this aspect is the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, which is one of the most important instruments altogether, because we have seen what artificial intelligence can do and what will happen in terms of protections of copyrights. So it is really, really crucial area to think about. And I've seen a number of debates going on. For example, can an AI-generated materials be protected within copyright regime? What happens? So these are important, some of the important legislations that are there, including the Cyber Crimes Act and so forth and so on. But an area to be proud of is now the development of soft laws. And we call them soft laws because they're actually not binding. They would not bring the rise of legal liability for not actually implementing them, but they shape the way how our laws will be adopted. And these number of soft laws are many. For example, the draft national AI, the draft strategy of national AI, which is soon to be adopted in the country. We do have a number of guidelines, AI guidelines in education sector, which has been already put in place. We have also the draft national AI strategy, the policy framework for the use of AI in Tanzania health sector, and of course we have the digital, the Tanzania Digital Economy Strategy Framework of 2024-2034, which is one of the most important soft laws for adoption of AI in the country. I think I should stop here because of time. Maybe if you come later to me, should pave way to other colleagues to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Protas. And I think I'll turn to Dr. Cecilia now. Having heard about these hard laws and these soft laws, I just wondered if you could tell us what opportunities this regulation can create for AI in Tanzania.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Stevens. My name is Dr. Cecilia Ngaiza, as Professor Stevens has introduced me. I'm a lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam School of Law. I'm also the coordinator of undergraduate studies at the School of Law, University of Dar es Salaam. Also a secretary to the University of Dar es Salaam Research Group on Law, Society, and Technology. So the opportunities that come with AI regulation in Tanzania are actually numerous, and some of them we have heard about since when we started our program in the morning. I wouldn't want to repeat them to save time, but for matter of generality, I can say I see opportunities. I see great opportunities actually for the government. I see great opportunities for the public and private sector. I also see opportunities for Tanzania as a country before the eyes of international law. Now, starting with opportunities for the government when it comes to successful regulation of AI in Tanzania, I would say the government has a great opportunity to guarantee trust and the public acceptance of the use of AI technologies in the country. And in turn, this will attract investments as it has started, and especially for the companies, of course, which prioritize ethical practices. Also, this opportunity will also catalyze responsible innovations. The opportunity, another opportunity that I see for the public and private sector comes with the improvement or enhancement of service delivery. And when it comes to the opportunities that I can pinpoint for Tanzania as a country before the eyes of international law is the possibility or the continuation of Tanzania to foster collaboration in AI regulation and to at least have proof of the country's responsiveness to the international standards, or I can say to the international recommendations on AI regulation, like the ones we already have, which are the UNESCO Recommendation on Ethics and Artificial Intelligence of November 2021, also the Africa Declaration on AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cecilia. And we know from what we've heard this morning from many of the startups here that there are exciting times ahead in Tanzania for innovation and with AI. But Dr. Kaitu, I know that you have been considering some of the challenges around the AI regulation and what that might mean. I wonder if you could tell us a bit about that.
Thank you, Dr. Sala. Yeah, so my name is Dr. Antidias, as displayed. For the purpose of now, the challenges can be grouped into two in the interest of time. I think the leading one is on the legal personhood, and the second one is related to that. I'll come to that later. So the main question here is related to the AI alignment and responsible AI, is the question of liability. So as lawyers, as these AI systems are developed, usually the main challenge is who should be liable in case there is malfunctioning or in case the AI systems don't produce the expected or the designed outcome. So the issue is who should be held accountable? Is it the developer? Is it the designer? Is it the user? And how do you protect the consumer? That's a very pertinent, burning legal question, Why? Because the question of legal personality is very technical. Tracing it from the Roman law, where it developed, legal personality is something that is assigned by legislation. So you get duties or obligations because you're a legal person. So if an entity is not a legal person, it doesn't have obligations. So the question is, are AI systems legal persons? So in the most Western jurisdictions, which have developed their laws from the Roman law, you'd find that legal personhood is attributed to the natural person or to the legal entity. Now the question comes, so legal person is not an automatic thing. That's why you can see historically, for example, whereas companies have been legal persons, slaves who are humans have not been legal persons, meaning they didn't have rights. So the question, now in that question, the challenge is, whom do we hold accountable in case there is an error or there is a malfunctioning? Now looking at, in the Western jurisdictions, for example, you'd see that that brutalness is not yet answered. So at the moment, whenever there is a liability, they go to the basic principles of negligence, manufacturer's liability, but still, it's not yet established to find out whether AI systems can be held accountable. So that's a very difficult challenge of regulating these AI entities. And the second challenge now is related to that, which is the universalization. So because in the West, for example, a legal person is not yet identified, or the AI systems are not yet legal persons, so they are not held accountable. So there is a danger, which I have been seeing in most of our jurisdictions, and now I should be contextual. In the case of Africa, where in most cases we are consumers of these AI systems, in some instances, you find that there is a danger because also of the West, for example, especially US, having their legal systems influencing for example, in Tanzania, there is a danger of blindly copy-pasting. So you find a decision which holds that a legal entity, an AI system, for example, is not a legal person, we copy-paste that in our laws. So that's a main challenge I'm seeing, and I've seen that in so many courts. For example, there are some cases in the US against Meta, against OpenAI, where courts have all the doctrine of fair use in copyright cases, saying where the AI system uses the piloted copyright books, that's a fair use, so they don't order that AI system liable, which I think is obnoxious in our context. Why? Because in our context, a legal person is not as distinct as it is in the West. The West's legal system is much that of the individualistic culture. But in our case, in Africa, if you look, for example, in the Banjul Charter, or even in our traditions, you'd see that a legal system is a group one. It's not as individualistic, it's not distinct, it's not individualistic, so to say. So it's a communal, it's a broad legal system. So I think that those are the many challenges which we need to tackle. I have done the research on the legal personhood in the African context, which I think after publishing that paper will bring in so much light on regulating AI systems in our context. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaitu. And so Dr. Binamungu, based in the School of Computer Science, not in law, which is why we couldn't have you sitting over there on your own just because you're not a lawyer. So, but it's an interdisciplinary team, and you bring a lot of technical expertise to the research group. So I just wondered if you could talk a bit around the data considerations and what needs to be considered in terms of data when regulating AI in Tanzania.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Right, so thank you very much. Like I've been introduced, my name is Leonard Binamungu. Thank you very much. Like I've been introduced, my name is Leonard Binamungu. I'm a lecturer in computer science in the College of Information and Communication Technologies at the University of Dar es Salaam, but I also happen to be part of this research group on law, society, and technology. And as you can see, I'm a friend of lawyers. And So just to go, before I go straight to your question, Professor Sarah, allow me to comment on one thing. Of course, as an academic should do. So I have listened to various conversations since the morning, and there is a lot of great stuff which have been, presented and discussed from morning. One thing is clear, is as a country, we are excited about technology, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. But my question really, which I would like to pose to the audience, and I hope it doesn't necessarily have to be answered this evening, we can go with it beyond, this room, is this. Now, beyond techno-optimism, which is basically all this excitement about AI and the transformation and everything we could possibly achieve, what kind of development do we envision? So if we are to look at AI as the means and not the end, what would we want the end to look like? So as a country. So I have seen one person this morning, at least two, trying to address that question, but I suggest him, respectively, that if we invite more people from disciplines like development studies or economics, we could be in a better position to find good answers to that question. We want to go beyond technological excitement or techno-optimism and try to conceptualize carefully what AI could possibly facilitate as, a key agenda to the development of this country. So thank you very much. I just wanted to point that before I go back to my question. So you are asking me about the key considerations as we regulate AI. And specifically, you want me to talk about data considerations. So the first thing I would recommend, I know a lot of things have been mentioned, because AI algorithms or models thrive on data, and in this case, a lot of data. So a lot of things have been talked about since morning, but I would like to point out a few things. So the first one is, we need to ask ourselves, who produce the data, and do they care about AI in the first place? Because in the information systems as a discipline, we tend to believe that one way you can improve the quality of the data is to demand and use that data to make key decisions, and have those who are actually on the producing end of the data appreciate that the data they actually produce is actually used to facilitate decision making. Now, if we thought about the kind of people who produce data in the context of Tanzania, do they care about AI algorithms in the first place? And how can we make them care? A story was told of one medical practitioner who had an option of recording the data as they treated the patient and saving life at the same time. And then that practitioner asked the one key question, used is indeed going to affect them. So that's the first thing I would like to point out. Who produces data and whether they care about AI systems. And then the other thing really is about the quality of data. Because if the AI models thrive on data, the quality of data we give to these models, especially during training, is going to determine the quality of, outputs or the quality of decisions the algorithms are able to make. I know data quality is one of the key challenges, but we need to carefully see how we can systematically address quality issues. I mean, quality in its entirety, from completeness, correctness, timeliness, accuracy, and all other dimensions. And in that case, allow me to mention in a very specific way issues of data availability. So one of the key challenges I think we grapple with in Tanzania, even as we embrace AI, is the question of making data available for those who actually develop algorithms. So we generate a lot of data either in our ministerial sectors or private sectors or academia or scientific communities. But how do we make that data available for use by AI developers or developers of AI models? And how can regulation try to address this key question? Because without the availability of data, we're not going to be able to talk about, developing robust AI models. So that's another thing I wanted to mention, so that our regulation of AI should actually try to cover that. And I've seen the draft AI strategy is talking about these things, and there are some key targets, but maybe we need to move quickly and actualize these things so that, we can make sure that data is available for use. The other thing which is important as we talk about data in the AI, and the regulation in that case, really has to do with compliance with existing legislations. So for example, we know something about the Data Protection Act of 2022, which has been talked about already since morning. And my colleagues here also talked about it. But in that piece of legislation, there are things we need to carefully discuss. For example, the issue of consent. How do we ensure that we properly manage consent in a way that doesn't hinder the development of AI models? For example, I was reading through some posts on LinkedIn, and I came across one post, I think is by one member of this room, they are probably here. So they were citing a certain section of the Data Protection Act, the Personal Data Protection Act, and they said, if you have to install a CCTV camera at your home, so people have to consent before their data is recorded in the CCTV. Now, of course, that is interesting as long as it is smooth. But think of the way where you don't want the criminals to know that actually you have a hidden CCTV camera, because otherwise they could go ahead and destabilize it or disable it so that it doesn't function anymore. How do you facilitate consent in that context? So these are the kind of conversations really we need to have. And then, of course, there is a lot of data that could be important for AI models. For example, genetic data, biometric data, health data. How do we ensure that consent is always provided before the data can be actually used to build the models? So these are the kind of things we need to pay attention to. And then the other thing on the compliance with legislation has to do with the dilemma between explainability and privacy protection. So on the one hand, you want the AI models to be as transparent as possible. We want to know which data was used to train which model, and how the decisions are made in the algorithm and everything. But then on the other hand, that is the kind of data we don't want, to be actually accounted for in a transparent way, because this is personal data. How do we strike that precious balance as we regulate AI? And the last but one, which I wanted to talk about, is the issue of data harvesting, sharing, and processing infrastructure. So if all these aspirations we did have since morning were to come true in Tanzania, one key question would be relevant in that case. For example, it would be, would we have enough electricity to power all the AI, computing machines that we could possibly have to realize these ambitions? Have we addressed the power question, the power availability question? So these are the kind of things really we need to carefully address. And then the final thing, I was going to talk about liability, but has been talked about by Dr. Kaitu, and I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Minimungu. And you make that interesting points about the power, and we haven't really heard much about that today, about the energy that's required to power all this AI and this vision we've been talking about. But I think we're all agreed, and as we've heard today, it is a really exciting time for Tanzania. And around the world, we see governments and industries and researchers are grappling with how to govern AI responsibly. And we've heard today that everyone in this room is demonstrating that we're not just observers, and that we're all participating in sharing that conversation. And the University of Dar es Salaam and their research group in law, society, and technology is certainly leading the charge on research in this area. So my final question to them is really, what is next for the research group? What can we expect to see coming out of the research group in the coming months? What have you got in the pipeline? And what are your visions and plans? And how can people in the room here collaborate with you? So perhaps I'll ask Dr. Cecilia that question first, and then move on to Dr. Protas, and maybe you could answer with reference to startups, Dr. Protas. So Cecilia, please, what's next for the research group?
Thank you, Professor Sarah. A lot is next in our research group on law, society, and technology at the University of Dar es Salaam, but I would love to speak about something which we are currently working on and almost finalizing, which is the Legal Tech Conference for legal aid and access to justice for vulnerable populations that we are currently organizing with GIZ Tanzania and the Ministry of Constitution and Legal Affairs. We are also collaborating with the University of Sussex and the University of Cape Town and African Lee. The objective of this conference that we are currently organizing is to bring together legal aid practitioners, technologists, innovators, and our focus is on young innovators, policymakers, civil society organizations. We are looking forward now to explore how digital transformation can drive great access to justice across the conference. So this conference that we're organizing is a Pan-African Legal Tech Conference, and we are glad that we are able to share with you this opportunity, some of you, because we're still looking forward to having more stakeholders engaging with us in this conference. So the possibilities are we may contact some of you, and we would like to engage as many stakeholders in this Pan-Africanism conference that we're organizing, and we welcome you all to collaborate with us. Karibuni sana sana sana.
Asante. Dr. Protas.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cecilia. I will just I want to add only one thing with respect to what is next with the research group. So right now we're working on a book project which is focused on surveying all available regulation framework in Tanzania with a comparative perspective where we tend to compare the existing regulatory framework in Europe, in Latin America, and of course in Asia, together with what is available in Tanzania, with the view to provide a more informed kind of research to the government and other important stakeholders as we embark into enactment of our very own laws in Tanzania. So the book is in pipeline, and we're working hard to ensure that it becomes a reality.
Thank you. I think Dr. Kaitu has something to add.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I should add one thing. So, today in this room, we heard so much about localization, about contextualization, reflecting what is at stake for us as a country and as a continent. I should say one of the things we are taking into account in our underground work in our research is the legal anthropology, or I should say the legal philosophy that underlies the African values, which we are thinking to have a very special chapter dedicated to addressing the concept of contextualizing and localization of regulation, where we are doing both the empirical research, and we tend to look on what philosophers like Mentika have called the I am because we are, and because we are therefore I am, which they say is the leading foundation of the African spirit, African legal system, and that we think will take much part of our next project in the book, where we intend to do an empirical research And of course, have all that embodied in our research for the policymakers and for the lawmakers and further stakeholders take onto account when they are writing the laws and when they're developing the AI tools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we've heard from the academics themselves that they have a Justice Tech in Africa conference coming up. They have a book in the pipeline. They have lots of research, and they would love to collaborate and with everyone here. So, and they want to build this bridge between academia and practice. So let's make sure we support them. And I don't think we have time for questions now. We are actually, I know we have to wrap up in here. So I think, that's all. We look forward to hearing more from the research group in the coming weeks. Oh, there is one question, is it? Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Professor Sarah. I think Dr. Binamungu raised a lot of issues and the other legal person there. But I just want to give him comfort that laws are always depending on societies, and everything can be regulated by the law. So as much as questioning how are we going to address the issues of data, privacy, data consent management, and all the rest, but we always, base our decisions and our laws on the legal wisdom, so which embeds the practical and the cultural experiences of each and every society. So all depends upon the law. What is going to be right and what is going to be wrong, or what the law provides for as do's and the don'ts. So I think that everything can be regulated by the law of the country. There is nothing which can't be regulated, and everything will be regulated and will be internationally acceptable before the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond? Or I think it was more an observation. You want to respond? Or Dr. Keitu as well, Dr. Binamungu.
Yeah, so thank you for that comment. And yeah, I very much agree with you. Mine really was a gentle reminder that these are the kind of things we need to navigate carefully as we regulate AI, and we don't want to forget each of those. And obviously, I do have answers for some of the questions I've posed, but the time is not enough. But I would be very much interested to have more conversation with my colleague. But thank you very much for giving me the comfort, and I received the comfort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We take that with positivism, and we need to try the law as much as the law is fostering innovation, as well it doesn't have to stifle innovation. That's the main thing. And of course, as you know, we are here because the law allows us to be here. Whatever we do is because the law allows us to do it. So we can't speak of the technical without speaking of the law, because for the technical to work, you need to have the law consenting or giving leave to that to be done. So thank you so much for the compliments.
Thank you so much. So I think that is our time up. So thank you everyone for listening. And I think we'll just take a photograph.
Yes, please. If you can sit in front here, stand in front here for a photo. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. Professor Sarah Stevens and the panelists. I can see you are very tired. We have come to the end of day one. I'll just call my colleague to give us announcement for the day. but because this is a forum that fortunately I happen to be in, I just want to put some record straight on something that has been said about cameras in the house, that you need consent for your neighbors. Nowhere in the PDPA or in the regulations or even guidelines that require that to be observed. But you need to put a disclaimer on your house that your house has a CCTV that is protecting you. So whoever passes through your house is aware that is being recorded. So you don't need a consent, but you need to give a disclaimer. Just as you have dogs in your house, you have put a disclaimer on the door that I have really bad dogs that protect my house. Or if you have an electric fence, you need also to put a disclaimer that it is dangerous. That's what the PDPA requires. No consent for cameras. Just a disclaimer, not even in your office. It's good to put a disclaimer so everyone knows they are being recorded. Thank you very much. Now, without further much ado, hence the day has ended. Bwana Tumaini, if you are here for the announcements, please. Thank you for being with me all day long, and God willing, tomorrow we'll be together. And thank you for clapping for me.
The moderator was Dr. George Muramula, one of our own, and then the Responsible and Inclusive AI Hub for Sustainable Development, which was delivered by Executive Secretary of TNBC, Dr. Goodwill Wanga. And also we had a presentation by Tapani Rine that was centered on building trust on AI. And there was a very robust discussion of the panel that was moderated by Harrison Mariki, experience in implementing AI use cases in health sector by Ministry of Health, private sector, and academia, of which we have a testimony of things that are being done in our country here. And there was a panel of use cases that was moderated by Dr. Emmanuel Mngongo, and there was a number of use cases discussed over there. And then there was a panel on how AI is shaping the future of work, and the moderator was Dennis Karugaba, one of our own. And then the last panel, which has just finished now, which gives us the perspective, the environment of how we are going to regulate AI so that this sector is going to grow. The title of the panel was Regulating Artificial Intelligence in Tanzania, the Progress, Challenges, and Opportunity. The moderator was Dr. Professor Sarah Steffers. Tomorrow, we are going to have number of sessions. There was supposed to be other panels, but we have moved them for tomorrow so that we'll have time to digest everything we've discussed now. So tomorrow we are going to start at 8, and Dr. Mulamula is going to start with his panel, which will be a joint panel of 2 sessions, but they will be condensed into one. One will be talking about AI for government services, and another one is artificial general intelligence. And then we will follow the program of tomorrow as it has been written in the timetable. Special announcements. Tomorrow we are going to have the final of Hackathon, of which we have 11 participants of the Hackathon that are going to pitch here in front of you. We are very excited with that event because it's going to show to us how our youth are talented and they are ready for all the transformations which are brought by AI. The announcement is, it has just been announced here that we have got a sponsor who is going to sponsor the whole hackathon that is going to happen tomorrow. The company is called DataVera, and we have the CEO of that company. I would like to, if you can just say hi to our participants. Yeah, so this is a gentleman that has sponsored everything. There will be prizes of money tomorrow. And those who've been able to reach the final, who are going to pitch tomorrow, they are going to get very good prizes there tomorrow. And I would like to inform you that the pitching will be happening in the morning, just after Dr. Muramura will finish his panel. And then the prizes are going to be given at the end of the closing day for tomorrow. So I'll urge everyone to come to watch how our youth are pitching, to see how talented they are. And again, I would like to thank DataVera for being very gracious to ensure that this hackathon is happening and is creating all this excitement. The CEO of DataVera have also told me that he would like to coach those 11 participants of the hackathon that are going to compete tomorrow just before they pitch, so that they will rearrange their pitching decks in such a way that it will fit the international standards of all other pitches that are done there. Just for brief introduction of what is DataVera, it's an official representative of Ontario in Africa, bringing over 30 years of global expertise and serving more than 3,000 customers worldwide, focusing on government innovation and AI-powered solution. So this is just a brief of this company. Thank you very much for your gracious offer to our people, and thank you very much for attending the day 1 of Tanzania AI Forum.